Hello. Well, my new book, 12 Rules for Leaders, The Foundation for Intentional Leadership, with contributions from Bradley Madigan, is out now on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and everywhere else you buy books. In this book, I address the 12 leadership areas that I have found leaders need to be the most intentional in to be the type of leader followers actually want to follow. From establishing a foundation of leading teams through managing conflict effectively, all the way through leading teams through change, knowing what to do and why to do it can help readers like you become better leaders in the real. 12 Rules for Leaders is a written continuation of the work I've been practically doing, leveraging the leadership training and development products and services of Leadership Toolbox all the way to leading keys. 12 Rules for Leaders represents a distillation of practical lessons I've learned, absorbed, and transmitted from training and developing 15,000 managers and supervisors over the last 10 years. Reading 12 Rules for Leaders and living it is like getting coaching from me directly without having to pay my full coaching rate. Look, this is a book written for all those leaders, some who call themselves managers and supervisors, who believe that their daily leadership decisions don't matter, or that their hard-won leadership positions are too innocuous and meaningless to matter much in the chaotic world of the now. 12 Rules for Leaders is the confirmation you are looking for that you are the leader for exactly the historical moment happening right now. Head on over to leadershiptoolbox.us and scroll down the homepage. Click on the Buy Now button and purchase in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle format on Amazon 12 Rules for Leaders, the foundation for intentional leadership. And that's it for me. Out. Hello, my name is Jesan Sorrells, and this is the Leadership Lessons from the Great Books Podcast, episode number 21. With our guest today, John Hill, a.k.a., I love this, Small Mountain. Hello, John.
Hey, man. How's it going?
Good.
Why do you like the nickname so much?
Oh, we're gonna get into that today.
Okay. I'll be patient and wait.
We're gonna get into all of that as we explore our book today, as we enter into a month of talking about things you can learn from the martial arts. A book of 5 rings, or the book of 5 rings. Both of them are the same, by Miyamoto Musashi. The classic guide to strategy. Now, the version that I have was published by Overlook Press, and translated by Victor Harris back in 1974. The version that John has is probably a little bit more updated than mine, but that doesn't matter because, quite frankly, information in this book for leaders never goes out of style, and it can be applied in so many different areas. And we're going to talk about all those areas today. But first, let me open up, as I usually do, with an excerpt from A Book of 5 Rings by Miyamoto Musashi. And a quote: "In China and Japan, practitioners of the way have been known as masters of strategy. Warriors must learn this way." Recently, there have been people getting on in the world as strategists, but they are usually just sword fencers. The attendants of the Kashima Kantori shrines of the province Hitachi received instructions from the gods and made schools based on this teaching, traveling from country to country instructing men. This is the recent meaning of strategy. In olden times, strategy was listed among the 10 abilities and the 7 arts as a beneficial practice. It was certainly an art, but as a beneficial practice, it was not limited to sword fencing. The true value of sword fencing cannot be seen within the confines of sword fencing technique. If we look at the world, we see arts for sale. Men use equipment to sell their own selves. As if with the nut and the flower, the nut has become less than the flower. In this kind of way of strategy, both those teaching and those learning the way are concerned with coloring and showing off their technique, trying to hasten the bloom of the flower. They speak of this dojo and that dojo. They are looking for profit. Someone once said, Immature strategy is the cause of grief. That was a true saying. There are 4 ways in which men pass through life as gentlemen, farmers, artisans, and merchants. The way of the farmer, using agricultural instruments, he sees springs through to autumns with an eye on the changes of season. The second is the way of the merchant. The winemaker obtains his ingredients and puts them to use to make his living. The way of the merchant is always to live by taking profit. This is the way of the merchant. Thirdly, the gentleman warrior, carrying the weaponry of his way. The way of the warrior is to master the virtue of his weapons. If a gentleman dislikes strategy, he will not appreciate the benefit of weaponry, so must he not have a little taste for this? Fourthly, the way of the artisan. The way of the carpenter is to become proficient in the use of his tools, first to lay his plans with a true measure, and then perform his work according to plan. Thus he passes through life. These are the 4 ways of the gentleman, the farmer, the artisan, and the merchant. And reading directly from the book, directly from the Overlook Press copy of A Book of 5 Rings, concerning the life of Miyamoto Musashi, from the translator, Victor Harris. Shinmen Musashi no Kami Fujiwara no Genshin, or as he is commonly known, Miyamoto Musashi, was born in the village called Miyamoto in the province Mimasaka in 1584. Musashi is the name of an area southwest of Tokyo, and the appellation no Kami means noble person of the area, while Fujiwara is the name of a noble family foremost in Japan over 1,000 years ago. Musashi's ancestors were a branch of the powerful Harima clan in Kyushu, the southern island of Japan. Hirada Shokan, his grandfather, was a retainer of Shinmen Inga no Kami Sudeshiga, the lord of Takayama Castle. Hirada Shokan was highly thought of by his lord and eventually married his lord's daughter. When Musashi was 7, his father, Munasai, either died or abandoned the child. As his mother had died, Ben Nosuke, as Musashi was known during his childhood, was left in the care of an uncle on his mother's side, a priest. So we find Musashi an orphan during Hideyoshi's campaigns of unification, son of a samurai in a violent, unhappy land. We're going to revisit that in just a moment. But just to set some context for this book today, Miyamoto Musashi was born and lived during a time of massive change in Japanese culture at the beginning of the Tokugawa period. By the way, those of you who are fans of the anime Ninja Scroll may remember or may think of the Shogun of the Dark here, which I most certainly did. And if you want to go and revisit that, I'm not talking about the series, I'm talking about the original film from 1993. You can go back and look at that anime. There's some references, some nods to Musashi in that film. He lived during a time when the members of the samurai class were roaming the countryside, looking to be a retainer to a provincial lord, or a sellsword to the Tokugawas. He was part of a class of ronin, or wave men, made redundant in a time of peace. By the way, I'm a big fan of the Robert De Niro film called Ronin, back in the 1990s, which you may also want to check out, which was the Americanized version of things that Musashi is talking about in A Book of 5 Rings that we will cover today on the podcast. Musashi's life recalls to mind Western films involving gunslingers, pioneers, opening the American West in the 1880s, and, of course, Clint Eastwood's smoking guns and smoking eyes in films like The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And today, we are going to go on a leadership journey with a fellow true warrior. I'd like to welcome John Hill, a.k.a., as I said before, Small Mountain, founder of Adapted Growth, a platform that enhances business success by streamlining and managing the sales process for their customers. John is also the author of Selling from Scratch, which seeks to rephrase and deconstruct and rebuild the sales process to build more trust, create lasting professional relationships, and best of all, to sell more than you ever have before. John is also, and this is how he and I connected, John is also a practitioner of Wing Chun Kung Fu and most recently started rolling jiu-jitsu, just like me, and had the honor, if you go into his Instagram, I was really surprised to see this picture, and has the honor of attending Jocko Willink's school. Yeah, that Jocko Willink, up in Maine. By the way, that dude's a gorilla.
Very much so. Very, very much so.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the podcast, John.
Thank you so much, man. I'm so stoked to be here. I was going to try to find a way to talk about getting to go to that camp because it was such like a huge moment in my history, you know. Yeah. But it's cool that you went and saw that picture, right? Because
I was stunned.
Mind-blowing moment. Like there's actually a video. There's a couple of videos from that camp, and one of them is when Echo, who is Willink's co-host, gets his black belt. Like that is at that camp. I'm in that room when Jocko puts the black belt on Echo.
I got to go back and look at that video because I've seen that. I think I've watched it a couple of times, but I don't think I actually well, to paraphrase from Echo, damn.
Yeah, it was so cool because it was like the last day of the camp. I have goosebumps just talking about this actually because it was such a powerful moment because he's a great speaker, right? I mean, he's a motivational speaker. He's very good at what he does. And he's up there doing his thing, you know, and he's just talking about the path and staying on it and everything. And he's like, and being on the path leads to rewards, and my buddy's going to get one tonight. And like, man, pin drop. Right, there's 600 loud jiu-jitsu people in this thing. People from Brazil, people from all over the world are there, and deafening roar. Right, and then Echo gets up and he's having an emotional moment, and he gets the belt put on, and then like it was so very surreal because having gone through a similar situation in Wing Chun of getting my instructorship, like you want that, in a very specific way, right, and so. It was funny because he gets his black belt and he's standing over there and there's a line of people who want their photos with him after he just got his black belt. So I'm standing in the line and I was like, you know, I'm going to do something a little bit different because I've been chatting with him and Jocko and everybody throughout the week. And I was like, hey man, I just want to say it's really cool that you shared this with us. If I would imagine you'd probably rather be at home with your like training family, which I can totally respect. So I don't need a photo or anything like that. Congratulations. I'd like to get you a drink later. And he was like, bet, you know? And so then later on, we're sitting in this like dining facility and we're sitting there all drinking bourbon, you know, me, him, Echo, and some other people. And Jocko walks over and sits down at the table. Right. And Echo he goes, I had no idea. And Jocko was like, you've heard me speak more than probably anybody else on the planet. How'd you not know? And he goes, I just had no idea. And then Jocko looks in his little styrofoam cup and he sees the bourbon, you know, on the bottom of it, or the whiskey. And he goes, contraband. And then just leaves. And that was it.
Check.
Yeah, cruising, you know. That was like so many cool moments from that camp because like I've been following Jocko for a while and that was my path into jiu-jitsu. But seeing him live everything he talks about in his book, Extreme Ownership, in situations to where there's typically a ton of ego, right? Like not all martial arts instructors are willing to kind of, hey, this is my fault. Let's come back and like, I missed something. But he did it every time that someone had a question. Guys, my fault. Come on back. That's not common in jiu-jitsu and martial arts training. And it was incredible to see. Like huge foundational moment for me about being there, the networking, the people that I met. I have stories upon stories about just those 8 days. And man, I got wrecked. Like, just like I'm a white belt. So like, I'm just getting wrecked everywhere. Man, and it was crazy. But there was like 600 people there. Right. And from there, like I have some amazing friendships and relationships that started at that camp, which has just been really cool. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. He hopped on a video call with my daughter because she's a fan of, the Warrior Kid podcast and the Warrior Kid books and everything.
Uncle Jake.
Jake. Yeah. And he was like, yeah, we're going to have your dad home in a couple of days. He's just talking right to her and stuff like this. And I have a client who wants to train jiu-jitsu and has been talking about it for a while. And so I was like, hey, will you record this video for my buddy? And he just grabbed my phone and he was like, "What are you waiting on?" And just like doing the whole Jocko thing right into
You don't need motivation, just discipline.
Exactly. He goes, you keep letting other stuff get in the way, like whatever, get in there and get some training, and it was like,
Wow.
and I sent it to him and he still loves it. Like he shows it to his family because everyone's familiar with Jocko now. He's like almost a household name, which is really cool. But yeah, one of the most surreal moments in like the level of jiu-jitsu down there. Like, what's crazy is the guy, the owner, founder of Origin is a guy named Pete Roberts, right?
Yes.
And Pete trained under a guy named Alexi, right? Mm-hmm. Who is still his teacher and stuff like this. And they have people who were like the first De La Riva black belts as the instructors for this camp.
Okay. Yeah, right? I watched him roll JP Donnell.
Yes.
A couple months ago, I ran across a video on YouTube. I try not to watch too much of that stuff because I don't want it to like pollute what I'm trying to get, my foundation that I'm trying to get down.
Sure.
I don't want to be influenced too much. But yeah, like I ran across a video of him like rolling JP, and I was just like,
for the charity match.
Yeah, for the charity match. I was like, oh, this is gonna be a mess, and it was.
And it was, yeah. If you, there's two versions of that video. In the one where they're talking about the build up to the match, I'm in that video because like I'm helping like trying to like juice up the money on the line and stuff like that because they do a bet, it goes to charity, and I'm like, I think it could be more. And they're like, oh yeah. And like, they're just kind of going back and forth. And then Jocko, like he was so ramped up for this like charity fight, he's just walking around the camp and he's like, what was he saying? He was saying, God, like they was just fight. He was like, fight. And he's just walking around chanting this stuff. It was such like a man, cool experience. I can't speak highly enough about it. One of the best like trips I've ever taken just for my own personal development. And that includes like sales summits and everything else like this. Like I've gotten just as much for my own personal like philosophy about, martial arts and how I want to live my life from that camp as I have anything I've done on like my own business or leadership or sales, coaching, training, stuff that I've learned.
Well, and it's really interesting for me to kind of in the space of leadership development, where I've been like now a decade almost, and I'm anticipating that I'm not going anywhere, be here another decade. Like, what else am I going to do? Because leadership is at the bottom of everything. I was just recently on a call with a person who is a reverend, right? And he's with the John Maxwell folks or whatever. Yeah. And he literally said, leadership is at the bottom of everything. And if you can align the leadership effectively in any organization or culture, doesn't matter what it is, what organization frame we're putting it on, you can fix, problems. And he was talking about his passion for developing leaders. And he kind of said something that Jocko has said repeatedly, and that I've said repeatedly, which is there's so much piss poor leadership. All we have to, he didn't use that term because he's a religious man, but there's so much bad leadership, right? And, there's a lot of leadership development folks, and there's a lot of leadership development podcasts. There's a lot of ways to think about leadership. There are 400,000 books in the in Amazon about leadership. Everybody's got an opinion about leadership, and I have some ideas about why there's so many and why there's so many opinions, and we can talk about some of that today. But I think fundamentally what Jocko is doing, and there's some things I disagree with him about, but I can't disagree with his experience. In his experience, I think of the line from No Country for Old Men with Josh Brolin, right? Where Tommy Lee Jones is talking about Josh Brolin going through things and just like, and the deputy asks him, do you think that old boy has any idea what's about to happen to him? And Tommy Lee Jones, which that would be me, goes, well, he's seen some of the same things I've seen. He came to different conclusions, but he's seen some of the same things I've seen. And I love that because I haven't lived the Navy SEAL, kill people and break things, go to Ramadi life. I haven't lived that life. I would never claim to have lived that life. But I've had my fair share of experiences now in my close to mid-40s. I've had my fair share of experiences. I've seen some things. I may have come to some different conclusions, but it doesn't mean that his conclusions are wrong. It doesn't negate those. It just means that the conclusions that I come to are going to be conclusions that are going to work for other people than the conclusions that he has come to. And I'm going to get to go into rooms that he would not have been able to go into. And he's going to get to go into rooms that I would not have been able to go into.
Yep.
And that's where we get to jiu-jitsu. And that's where we get to A Book of Five Rings. That's where we get to Musashi's conception of strategy. And Musashi went into all kinds of different rooms. He went into all kinds of different places, and he did all kinds of different things. We'll talk a little bit about that today. But I think it's fascinating that two people can have the same experience and draw completely different conclusions, or two people can have the same jiu-jitsu roll and come to a different conclusion about what just happened there.
God, man, there's a nugget in there, right? You can go through the same role, and right, like I was a professional poker player like in 2006, and one of the things that poker players love to do is just complain to each other about how unlucky they get, right? They absolve themselves of making terrible marginal decisions with the hands that they play, and then they're all of a sudden complaining about how the guy with aces crushed their 9-3, and they don't like, but don't ask me why I was in the hand with 9-3. Let's just like be mad about the fact that we lost with the aces.
Sure,
man, like we don't even have to have this conversation if you just fold,
right?
You know, and so the like
that's the entire plot of Rounders. That's the entire plot of the movie.
I mean, yes, you're right, but it's also true because like I'm a big fan of stoicism, right? And our perceptions, our background is going to influence the exact same kind of thing, right? And you can either dwell and over perceive things, right, which doesn't really help you, or you can have a pretty decent boundary of what's worth holding on to and what should be let go of and stuff like that. So I think all that stuff is aligned.
Well, and it becomes a percentages game at a certain point, which leads to my first question for you, because this is a leadership podcast, obviously. Sure. And so, and we'll talk about sales too, because I want to get into that too, because one of the chapters in my leadership book, which is out right now, 12 Rules for Leaders, the Foundation of Intentional Leadership, is that leaders should study the principles of sales and marketing. That's actually one of the rules. That's exactly how it is framed. Should study the principles of sales and marketing. Not because you're going to be a salesman, not even because you're going to be a marketer, but because there are some fundamental psychological underpinnings in there that you need to have access to if you are going to create a narrative for people to follow you. And leaders who fail to study sales and marketing or dismiss it as being like nonsense or I often hear entrepreneurs and startup entrepreneurs going, particularly engineers, we don't need marketing. It's just better. People just buy it because it's better. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, you don't. I've literally advised on engineers who are startup founders, like you don't. Good luck to you. You have a good day. You have a good day. Because no one buys anything because it's better. No one is going to buy your leadership because it's better. They're going to buy because they're persuaded. And they're going to be persuaded because of things that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure I am, but they're going to be persuaded because of how they feel about the thing that you are selling to them. Not necessarily because of the mechanicalness of the thing you're doing, right?
Man, I wish I'd learned that like 7 years earlier than I did, because I'd been in sales for a while, and I was going through a phase where I was being a financial advisor, right? So I had all my licenses and everything, and this was in 2011. So people didn't really want to be in the market, right? Yep. Everyone was scared because of subprime, and it was a very unique situation because I'm like, this just makes sense. You're going to make more than you're going to make in a CD. You don't have the same risk that you do in the market. You should buy this.
Right.
But it doesn't have to make sense. It has to be something that they want.
Right.
And those are different things.
Yep. Yeah, it's the collapse between the rational and logical, which Musashi talks about here also in A Book of Five Rings. So let's kind of get into it. What are the let's do a broad overview, because I kind of did the intro and all that, and I want to get back. And kind of how I have the book structured for those of you who are listening or watching today. Here's how we've kind of structured this, or I've structured this conversation. I've kind of taken Musashi's introduction to each one of the ways in his book, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 books, and then there's a sixth book at the end called the Book of the Void. So I've taken elements from each one of those books. We are not reading the whole book. We cannot read the whole book. There's just too much in here. And I say this on every single podcast. The books that we read, from Dostoevsky to Pinocchio, you can't read the whole book. You just can't. You got to pull excerpts from it. Go out and get your copy of A Book of Five Rings. So we are going to pull from the book, and we're going to structure a conversation for what leaders can learn from each one of these ways, if they choose to follow it, if they choose to pay attention and listen to the advice from Musashi. So leaders, let's set the table, let's set the groundwork. John, what can leaders learn from, what can they take from the writing of Miyamoto Musashi? What can they take from this book? Why bother getting this?
Well, I think that one of the things that is super important to note is how short the book is,
Mm-hmm.
right? Which makes me think about that line of, if you need a short speech, I need an hour to prepare. If brevity is not appreciated, I can go now, kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's a very short book,
Yes.
and for all that to be said, I love the thing that you said that even with as short as it is, we can't read it. I mean,
Right.
it's not meant to be a transactional thing, in
Right.
my opinion. You're supposed to have some time and some bandwidth to like read these ideas and then sit and think about it. It's supposed to make you kind of navel gaze and kind of sit and have weird looks on your faces when your family's walking around and stuff like this. Like this is what this stuff does for me. So
Mm-hmm.
I think the other thing that it does is it kind of challenges you, right? As leaders, sometimes we're moving very quickly, right? And we need to, because we're trying to hit goals and do everything else. And sometimes empathy, awareness, understanding of others kind of just gets swept under the rug. And that can lead to, um, the thing that Jocko talks about. Oh, did you
Mm-hmm.
forget that you're the leader and people are going to lie to you?
Mm-hmm.
And when we factor in entitlement and, once again, our own personalities, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
the way that you lead is the way you want to be led, right? The way that you sell is the way you want to be sold to, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're just like over here on an island, assuming that everyone is motivated by money because you're motivated by money, you're going to be potentially burning people out because you're not really taking the time to understand what intrinsically motivates them to do the hard things in their role.
Well, and you won't even be curious.
Exactly.
That's the thing that strikes me about a lot of leadership, and that's actually a failure of. Well, that's where leaders fail and I love what Jocko says in extreme ownership, and all of that works. All of what he says in extreme ownership works perfectly
Mm-hmm.
when you have people who care about the people they're leading.
Yes.
That's the main sort of lodestone I pulled out of that. And I facilitated that book for that along with the Oz Principle, which is another great book on accountability based on the conceit of The Wizard of Oz, which is a genius film and a genius book. Nothing happens in that book without.
I need to write that down. What's that
Oh
one?
yeah, The Wizard of Oz by Lewis Carroll.
No, I'm familiar with The Wizard of Oz. You said
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, The Oz Principle.
Okay.
Yeah, by Tom Connors, and there's like 4 other authors. But yeah, The Oz Principle is amazing. It actually, the first chapter of it will blow you away because it's everything that you've ever heard of complaining about accountability, and they just put it in a book.
I love that.
I was
I love
literally
that.
stunned when I read it. I was like, how did you actually print this? How did you actually get away with putting this out in the world?
That's fantastic. I'm going to buy that today.
Fantastic. But it's built on the concept or on the conceit that, Dorothy took accountability without anybody asking her along the yellow brick road. And if you think about the concept of accountability, and I don't want to go too far off into this, but you think about the concept of accountability, the reason Dorothy took that accountability and the reason why Jocko's pushing extreme ownership and the Oz Principle talks about, the principles of accountability is because they cared enough to do that. I also think that there's a fundamental difference, and Seth Godin wrote this, and I put it in my book. There's a fundamental difference between accountability and responsibility.
I agree.
Accountability is fundamentally what someone does to you. This was Seth's point. Whereas responsibility is something that you do with agency and autonomy. You just see that it needs to be done and you do it. Whereas accountability, and even how we talk about accountability, I'm going to make you be accountable, or I'm going to bring the team to accountability. It's all this language stuff around accountability, and we don't actually think about it. Even when you look at the definition of accountability, it drove my wife crazy one time, but even when you look at the definition of accountability, it just refers to itself.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't refer to anything outside of itself. It's like this locked system. Well, that's interesting, except there's 10,000 other things outside of that that are feeder channels into that locked system that we just don't acknowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you want to get to ownership, which is the Holy Grail. Indiana Jones was looking for that too. If you want to get to ownership and you want to pick the right cup when you're down there with the Knights Templar, you want to choose correctly. You want to live in your leadership, to push the metaphor all the way to its logical end, you're going to understand where all those feeder channels are. You're going to actually use language that your people understand. And you're going to care about them. You're going to actually care.
Yeah. Man, I'm on this path because of three main people, and I talk about them in the book. I call them the trifecta, and that's how I think about them. Mm-hmm. And one of them is my sales coach. I worked with him for 8 years, and he's retired now. But coming into his class, he was like, okay, you need an accountability partner. And man, I was avoidant. I don't need this and stuff like that. And eventually got my way past it. And now I think we have very similar views on accountability, right? Like if it's your buddy who just wants to give you a hard time because you screwed up, that's not accountability.
No, that's just ragging on you.
That's just ragging and needling, and friendship is really kind of what it comes down to be. Yeah. But like I tell everybody, like mentorship is not the same thing as accountability, right? Mm-hmm. Like I have an accountability meeting every other Friday still, right? And it's with one of the guys who I became accountability partners in that classroom. We meet every other Friday and talk about how's your mindset, how are your activities, how are you doing, and everything else like that. And what's really fascinating, and then we can change this topic because that's not really why we're here, is that when you have a really great accountability partner, you want to do it to not let them down.
Right.
Right. And you want to show up on that call being like, yeah, man, I did it. Right. Because you have this bond with this other person. Right. And that's what makes you accountable. Right. It's not, well, I want to check the box. It's, no, this person has taken time out of their day to be present and to try to help me out.
I have a relationship with this person.
Yeah.
And relationship always works better than coercion. So
agreed. That's a line.
I'll leave that there and clip that there.
Yeah. That's a vibe in and all of itself.
It is. Well, back to the book.
Back to the book.
To A Book of Five Rings.
I've never said that before, and I'm just very glad that I got to say it. Like I feel great.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad that I could lay this out for you today. Oh man, so much stuff here today. We're going to be talking for a little while, folks. You might want to settle in, get yourself a cup of coffee. This is going to be just like A Book of Five Rings. It's going to be deceptively simple on the top, but there's going to be all kinds of things underneath. The way is shown as 5 books concerning different aspects. These are ground, water, fire, wind, tradition, and void, the illusionary nature of worldly things. The body of the way of strategy from the viewpoint of my Ichi school is explained in the ground book. It is difficult to realize the true way just through sword fencing. Know the smallest things and the biggest things, the shallowest things and the deepest things. As if it were a straight road mapped out on the ground, the first book is called the ground book. Second is the water book. With water as the basis, the spirit becomes like water. Water adopts the shape of its receptacle. It is sometimes a trickle and sometimes a wild sea. Water has a clear blue color. By the clarity, things of Ichi school are shown in this book. By the way, just a side note, there's a great scene in Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee where he makes exactly the same point. And we're going to cover the Tao of Jeet Kune Do later on this month on the podcast. So stay tuned. It's
going to be a good one too.
For that. If you master the principles, back to the book, if you master the principles of sword fencing, when you freely beat one man, you beat any man in the world. Love that. The spirit of defeating a man is the same for 10 million men. The strategist makes small things into big things, like building a great Buddha from a 1-foot model. I cannot write in detail how this is done. The principle of strategy is having one thing to know 10,000 things. Things of Ichi school are written in this, the water book. The spirit of Niten Ichi school of strategy is based on water, and this water book explains methods of victory as the longsword form of the Ichi school. Language does not extend to explain the way in detail, but it can be grasped intuitively. Study this book, read a word, then ponder on it. If you interpret the meaning loosely, you will mistake the way. The principles of strategy are written down here in terms of single combat, but you must think broadly so that you attain an understanding for 10,000 aside battles. Strategy is different from other things that if you mistake the way even a little, you will become bewildered and fall into bad ways. If you merely read this book, you will not reach the way of strategy. Absorb the things written in this book. Do not just read, memorize, or imitate, but so that you realize the principle from within your own heart. Study hard to absorb these things into your own body. In strategy, your spiritual bearing must not be any different from normal, both in fighting and in everyday life. You should be determined through calm. Meet the situation without tenseness, yet not recklessly. Your spirit settled, yet unbiased. Even when your spirit is calm, do not let your body relax. And when your body is relaxed, do not let your spirit slacken. Do not let your spirit be influenced by your body, or your body be influenced by your spirit. Be neither insufficiently spirited nor over-spirited. An elevated spirit is weak, and a low spirit is weak. Do not let the enemy see your spirit. Small people must be completely familiar with the spirit of large people, and large people must be familiar with the spirit of small people. Whatever your size, do not be misled by the reactions of your own body. With your spirit open and unconstricted, look at things from a high point of view. You must cultivate your wisdom and spirit, polish your wisdom, learn public justice, distinguish between good and evil, study the ways of different arts one by one. When you cannot be deceived by men, you will have realized the wisdom of strategy. The wisdom of strategy is different from other things. On the battlefield, even when you are hard-pressed, you should ceaselessly research the principles of strategy so that you can develop a steady spirit. A couple of things to note here. And in the West, and this is why I love reading books from the East, because it opens up a totally different part of your brain. For those of us who are, as the common parlance of the day is, based in Western culture, those of us who do not understand even the foundations of our own culture struggle with understanding the things of Eastern culture. We're also going to be reading The Art of War by Sun Tzu, which is another difficult book for Westerners to wrap their arms and heads and hearts around this month. And these three books, A Book of Five Rings, The Art of War by Sun Tzu, and of course The Tao of Jeet Kune Do, are just a very, very tiny slice of a much larger Asian perspective, an Asian view of the world. And the Asian view of the world is based on, as Miyamoto says here, and I love this piece, and this goes into why I like John's nickname. Small people must be completely familiar with the spirit of large people, and large people must be familiar with the spirit of small people. In the West, we don't believe that. We believe that small people got to know small people, large people got to know large people, and there's all this separation and boxes in our heads. And then, here's the interesting thing that happens. When the barriers between the boxes break down, like they do during a pandemic or during a war or during economic strife, when all the barriers between the boxes break down, when the compartmentalization of the hierarchy no longer works in the American Western psyche, things fall apart. To paraphrase from W.B. Yeats, the center does not hold, the falcon cannot hear the falconer. What is this rough beast that comes slouching towards Bethlehem? By the way, we read Joan Didion last month. You should go listen to that podcast too. I'm building on something here because I think leaders have to be familiar with everything. Somebody asked this question on the poll that John graciously put up on LinkedIn in regards to our podcast today. And you can go back and look at that and see what the results of the poll are after you're listening to this. Just go search for him on there. And I will, of course, have his links to his profile below the player, the doodly dude, as they used to say back in the day, below the podcast player. So when you go check that out, you will see that some people were asking this question of how do you apply this, right? Because they're trapped in this Western context. They're trapped in this contextual Western thinking. And the wisdom of Musashi is not in compartmentalization. The wisdom of Musashi is in tearing down barriers between things and letting everything flow into everything else. Westerners don't like this. They do not like things mixing. It's like my daughter, one of my daughters back in the day. She didn't like her food touching. Drove her crazy. And I would tell her, it's all going to touch in your stomach. And she's like, well, it's not all not touching on my tongue.
My partner is 40 years old. She's an amazing person. She's the editor of my book, and her food doesn't touch on the plate. So for some people, it never goes away, right? I was in the military a long time ago, and I liked a little separation on my food as well. And like you don't get that in the military, right? I mean, the whole thing's about breaking you down. So
Right.
now I can eat anything, and I like separated food, but I also like a nice dinner. They can all just be smashed up together and just rapidly consumed. Like I see value in both sides of it.
Right. And I think now you are approaching understanding the way. I would think that's what Musashi would say. You are approaching the stand. You've started in food. Now apply this to everywhere else. Everything's got to be smushed together. We live in a time of chaos, John. I mean, anybody with two eyes, regardless of politics, and we're not a political podcast here, although we may say things that may be interpreted in a political manner, but that's not who we are. Politics is downstream from culture, and culture is downstream from belief. You have to go back to root causes and root systems. That's why we read the books we read. That's why we have the conversations that we have. We are in a time of chaos. We are in a time when, and here he is again, when the Nietzschean ideal has reached its highest apogee in the West. We killed God, and now we're all celebrating. And we've been celebrating for a while. And when you kill your ideal, the thing that judges you, you have to replace it with something else. And this is what Nietzsche knew, every time you replace it with something that never matches the massiveness or the transcendence of the ideal that you just destroyed. And thus you will be constantly searching for meaning. And I think that Western man, at least for the last 50 to maybe 70 years, has been on a search for meaning and has tried to replace it with existential dread or other things. And it just hasn't worked. And I think potentially we are at a turning point, but we're in the middle of chaos, and you can't see the turning point when you come out of chaos. Leaders lead through chaos. I fundamentally believe this, because who else is going to do it, right?
Agreed.
How do leaders maintain a steady spirit in the face of the crush of chaos? Let's start with something small, like your team, your team at work. Let's not go up to the high. I know I just took you up to the highest level. Let's go back to the lowest possible denominator. If I'm at work and I'm in the middle of answering this COVID call, and everything is not COVID call, but I'm dealing with COVID, and I'm dealing with the knock-on effects of COVID, and I'm dealing with constant disruption, and I've got managers and supervisors yelling at me on one end, who are my peers, saying remote work doesn't work, we want to get people back in the office, and then I've got my employees saying, screw you, I'm leaving, because I can work from home, we already just proved it, everything you're saying is a lie. How do I lead through that crush? How do we lead through the crush of chaos in these times? What would Musashi say? Oh, well, that's an armrest banner.
Yeah, it's weird. I think I've seen a similar vein of wristband on lots of people's wrists.
Yeah, so have I.
I mean, as far as what Musashi would say, I'm curious as to what your opinion is on it. I don't really know that I have a great answer for that. What I think about is something I've heard Jocko say, and something that I have tried with salespeople and people who I coach, right? Because salespeople, for as much as they love the chaos of sales and just like going from thing to thing to thing, they don't want change any more than the most rigid, person on the planet, right? They don't want that oversight. They're used to it. And so one of the things that Jocko talks about is like when you can make them part of the plan.
Right.
Right. And you really make it collaborative. That is when people will work with you. And I think that one of the cool things about how Jocko gets to talk about it is because he's coming from this background where everyone's expecting everyone to shows up and toes the line. But he does a really good job of talking about you don't make it to that level if you're not driven and smart and able to compartmentalize and do everything else like that. So everyone has an opinion. Everyone has a way. Everyone has a way that they want to do it. And if you're not a good leader, you're just managing a bunch of toddlers and no one's working together, right? And if you're really paying attention to it and you're really listening to what he's talking about, you hear him talk about it still happens there. So if it still happens in this place where everyone is just supposed to like appreciate the chain of command, why would you not expect it to happen in a corporate environment where people aren't sworn in under oath and, all the things that go along with that? But it's still the same thing, right? When you can bring someone in of like, okay, what do you guys think we should do? Let's talk about the trade-offs. Let's talk about the gaps. Let's talk about all these things, because I love working remote, and I'm a big fan that most teams can work remote. You do have to do it differently, right? One of the hardest things is when you have like a hybrid system. I worked with a group, and the headquarters team was in New York, but the rest of the team was all dispersed, right?
Yeah.
And there was a clique of the people who worked in the headquarters building, and there was some gap between everybody who was just connected via Slack, right? So those are the things you have to be very aware of, right? And you can choose to be defensive, right? Like I think of that one episode of The Mandalorian of like the guy who's like, I have spoken, and like he's just not open to any further conversation about it, right?
Right.
And that's like dads across the world. Like I've said that to my kids. I'm sure you've said it to your kids.
Oh yeah.
And leaders say it all the time. Hey, this is the way we're doing it.
Right.
Right.
And then you wind up being bit in the butt and by something you didn't anticipate. And then you have to be all humble and go back and be like, well, I screwed up there. And it's on me.
Exactly. Right. And so I think, empathy is like a huge thing. And honestly, I didn't really find empathy until I was much later in life. You know, I'm kind of robotic in how I think about the world. It's very black or white. And I have no problem being very dismissive to things that I think aren't worth my time. Right. Yeah. And so I've been that person who's like, well, I'm in charge. This is the way it's got to be. Let's just go do it. And it never works as well as, hey, you're here for a reason. You're doing this job for a reason. You probably have some insights that I don't know. If you're the boots on the ground and I'm not the boots on the ground, let's talk about this. Right. Yeah. And as a sales coach specifically, it is a very unique coaching relationship because it's not really how you said it, or it's not really that you said it. It's how you said it, when you said it, and and all the other stuff that's going on around it. Right. So I have to go further in my sales coaching stuff of like, okay, who was this person? How did you get the meeting? Where did it come from? What is their personality type? How do they want to be talked to, right? What is your status in that conversation, right? Are they viewing you as an authority? Are they viewing you as a pest, right? Is this direct sales? Is this partnerships? There's so many things that contextualize like an appropriate approach and ones that are going to not work very well, but they're things you're comfortable with because they're things you've done a lot.
I think that's a hugely important thing. And I don't have to answer the question. I think you just did. The hugely important thing there is context matters. If you want to lead people out of the crush of chaos, you have to contextualize the collaboration for them. Just saying collaborate doesn't lead to magic. I'm
going to guess that you're a little bit like me. And whenever you were in school and someone was like, let's do a group project, it was not a great time because it's like, I'm going to end up doing most of this. Right. Yeah. And then someone's not going to want to do it my way. And I'm going to think that way is stupid. It's going to be a nightmare. So like, you can't just say, hey, collaborate. Right. No. And once again, here's the sales metaphor. Like if you are selling as part of a team, right. In some of these situations, you have a sales engineer who's just there to be the very technical consultant who's shadowing the salesperson in case it gets really in the weeds. You should still have a practice meeting about how you're going to have that conversation, because if you don't practice, you're going to run all over each other, right? Like,
oh yeah.
My teacher talked about this idea that even if you're fighting multiple people, most people aren't trained to fight as a unit. And so what happens is you just pick the bigger one, you mow him down, and then everything else is going to be easy because you have fear and all this other stuff, right? But most people are scared of hitting their buddy more than they want to hit you.
That's right.
And so there's something to that, right? You have to work as a unit. You have to work as a team. A friend of mine, he's a soccer coach up in Alberta. Like he's like their technical director. Like it's the highest rank of soccer coaching in Canada, or football, I guess as it's called there. And we talk about the team element of stuff and like how to get people to collaborate and like how to like slay the prima donna, right? And like all that stuff. And it's all the same. It's all the same. Like in sales, I tell people all the time that if you don't hear people out, if you don't really listen to them and even make sure they know you're listening by recapping and active listening and asking questions and matching and mirroring and doing all these things, you can sit there with rapt attention. But if they don't believe that you listened and then you make an offer or a recommendation, there's still that moment of, I don't know if this person gets what I need or not. I'm going to go think about this. And it's just because they didn't feel heard.
To do that requires you to turn off all the white noise in your head.
Yes.
And that was a principle that I learned coming out of conflict management. So my background is in conflict management, negotiation, dispute resolution, those kinds of spaces, right? And those are really hard spaces to be in for a variety of reasons. But the biggest one is most people with whom you are negotiating, and you've probably run across this in sales. Matter of fact, I bet you have. Most people you are negotiating with have zero idea what they want.
Oh, well, okay. So I go back and forth on this, right? Because my
Sure.
personal philosophy around selling is the fact that most people know what they want, they just don't know how to communicate it to somebody else, right?
Okay. Sure.
There is,
I would buy that too. Yeah.
yeah,
Once
there
they
is a
finally
whole,
figure out what they want. Yeah.
exactly. There is a whole philosophy in sales that talks about they don't know what they need until you walk in the room, right? And personally, I don't really like that because it's kind of like putting the salesperson above the other person, which I don't think is really great for the relationship. Like equal business stature is something my coach just hammered me over the head with. Like you don't have to put yourself a couple of notches down just because you're the salesperson and you're talking to the owner.
Well, yeah. I mean, you wind up in Glengarry Glen Ross territory. Like you're Alec
Mhm.
Baldwin walking in there talking about the Glengarry leads. And
Oh
I
yeah.
guess that, I mean, come on. Like, or you're the other guy in Boiler Room. You're that guy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Man, I remember watching those segments and being like, I'm gonna be that guy someday. And now I watch him and I appreciate the craft of the acting, right?
Right. Yeah.
But no way, man. No way.
Mm-mm.
Not for me.
No. No. Well, and I mean, Musashi says it right here. The principles of strategy are written down here in terms of single combat, but you must think broadly so that you attain an understanding for 10,000 aside battles. I did traditional Taekwondo for almost 8 years. And by traditional, I mean, we weren't Jackie Chan, Jet Li jumping around, and I'm not knocking Jet Li or anything, and I'm not knocking Wing Chun. I'm just saying that we weren't doing Hollywood fighting.
Yeah.
We were in the business of breaking bones and kicking people in places where, like, and if you're going to pick up your foot, you're never going to bring it higher than someone's kneecap, because guess what? Like, you're going to break
That's
that,
when you
and
get
you're going
hurt.
to break their shin, and you're going to break everything else going down, and then you're going to like wail on them as they go on the ground, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And I was in my late teens, early 20s.
Okay.
Did a lot of that, right? Did 8 years of that. Got my black belt, and then my black belt in that. Got my second degree black belt in that. Had my whole journey there, right? And I've never talked about this on this podcast before. I've talked about it on other places, but not this podcast. So this will be a first. Okay. And then came out of that and got into rugby. Had a few years break. Got into rugby. Rugby's a brutal sport. And you talk about, and this is where I get the idea that, context matters and you can't just demand collaboration, because I was on a lot of bad teams where collaboration was demanded, but the contextualization of it was not provided nearly firmly enough. And it was all fake relationship building because nobody cared really about each other. Everybody was out for number one.
That's really interesting, right? Because like I think entitlement is one of the worst things you can have as a leader, right? When you just walk in the room and you just expect people to follow you because someone has designated you to leader, you thought of yourself as the leader and stuff like that. And I'm not that big of a sports fan. Like martial arts is kind of like an outlier for me because I'm just a big nerd. I'd rather read and listen to music and play games. But like if you just walk in that room and you're not like, hey, can we work on this together? Can I help you? Right? As opposed to, I'm here to help you out. You're already setting a tone that if they're not with you, you're just building up this wall that's going to be hard to get over.
So I'm a big fan. Well, not a big fan, but I mean, I've read the book, and I have it actually behind me on the shelf by the strength and conditioning coach who worked with Michael Jordan, and he wrote a book called Relentless, Tim Grover, and he has his newest book out called Winning.
I've heard of this.
Yeah, where the I is the number one, and I think people who are in an elite sphere will understand what I'm about to say, and people who are attempting to get up that hill might be flummoxed by what I'm saying, because it only works when you're in that rare air. And this is where I do agree with Grover. You can walk in and be that person. We were just talking about before on the call, the Larry Bird. We can be that. You can be the Michael Jordan. You can be the Kobe Bryant. And I relate it to basketball because that's a sport I played when I was in high school, off and on. I played street ball and did all those kinds of things. So that's the sport I related to. Okay. But you even see this with Tom Brady. in football. Like that guy's a couple years older than us. Really? Like you're just gonna keep going? Oh, okay. I guess that's fine. Like, okay. But like he's in that elite, say what you want, and a lot of people do. He's in that rare spot where he can walk into a room and say, this is the thing we're going to do. And he has enough status to have it.
But like the status though is the really important part of that, right? The proof is in the pudding. Like
correct.
Like
that's right.
If you're in that room, you know who that guy is.
Correct. And he doesn't need to say it.
Doesn't need to say anything at all.
Didn't say anything at all.
Yeah.
And you're right. Like this is what people miss who are, I'm going to use an old phrase here, who are in lust of that elite status, who want it badly, but don't want to do and this is what Tim Grover talks about, don't want to do the things that are required. They don't want to make the sacrifices. Mm-hmm. They want to have their cake and eat it too. And I'm sure you see this in sales. I've seen this in leadership development. I mean, in leadership development space, people complain about Tony Robbins all the time. I don't complain about Tony Robbins. I don't. Like, fundamentally, I disagree with him on many things, but I don't complain about him because he's been willing to do the things that got him to be Tony Robbins. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. We're talking about him, aren't we?
Right. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
So, okay. What am I going to do? Like, I'm not, that's not a hill I'm climbing. I'm busy climbing my own hill over here. Yeah. And I think I think leaders have to be really clear about what hill they're climbing.
Well, the hardest part for me, for like the sales thing and the leadership thing, was I would see these examples that I wanted, but didn't really line up with an approach that I was going to be able to do.
Right.
If that makes sense. Right.
Yeah, like, no, that makes perfect sense.
And we have a podcast talking about personalities and how it shows up in sales. Right. And I think it's one of the coolest things I've ever done because we have someone who makes up all four corners of the assessment that we're talking about. It's called DISC, right? And so we have someone who's a B, someone who's an I, someone who's an S, and I'm the high C, right?
Yep.
And so if you're really listening to that podcast, you hear the differences in how we think about the world, right? And like the I is just over there telling these like same anecdotal stories because he's told them so many times and he knows that it builds trust and rapport, right? And then you have the D over there with all the swagger. The D on our podcast is an ex-Special Forces Marine who was in Ramadi at the same time as Jocko Willink was.
And there you go.
So like the S personality type is all super quiet and doesn't really get like ramped up until like we get too close to an argument and then hey guys, let's get back on track. And then I'm over here trying to map everything to data points and systems and everything else like this. Yes. And like if you're in sales, it's my first thing to go listen to this and figure out who of us are you selling to, and then pay attention to how that person communicates, because the difference between how a D sees the world and how an S sees the world is much bigger than what people like think about it. And it took me a long time because a lot of times when you're doing sales training and you're doing awareness coaching and stuff like this, and you're doing an assessment, you look at something like the D and they get talked about with kind of this negative intention. Like they're so abrasive and they're so direct and they're straight to the point and stuff like this. And people don't like to sell to Ds, but eventually you get to a point to where, man, if I could just sell to Ds all day long, they don't care enough about me to lie to me.
Right.
You know how great it is to just get instant clarity? No, John, I don't need this. All right, see you later. As opposed to, well, let me go think about it.
Yeah. Or I need to ask somebody else in the organization.
Exactly.
Permission.
Or you're too polite to tell me no, because that feels like conflict. So instead you're going to give me a polite no, which is a maybe. And then I have to do a bunch of chasing to get to the clarity that I need in this thing.
Right.
Right. And so that's where it starts for me, is through that sales lens, right? Because I think of sales as being able to communicate in a way to get someone to take action. And I think of leadership as the same way, right? And my biggest gripe about sales leadership specifically, right, is that people want to go promote just the top performing salesperson and put them in the manager role. Okay. You don't take Michael Jordan off the court and put him in the coaching role.
Right.
He's an individual producer, right? He's that individual contributor. He's that salesperson. You put him into the sales manager role, he's not going to give people room to fail. He's not going to give people room to grow. He's not going to do anything like this. He's just going to be trying to do it all, because that's who he is.
Yep.
Right. And people don't typically see the gaps in this, especially in sales leadership. Well, he was a great salesperson. He's going to be a great sales leader. No, these are different skill sets.
It's not only that they're different skill sets, and by the way, I'm a DI, just so that you know.
I know.
But, yeah, I kind of figured.
That's like the first thing I do in a first conversation is trying to figure out where you are, so that way I can have the best conversation possible.
There you go. Yeah.
So
I do have a strong streak of C though, and my S is just like over there hanging out somewhere. So yeah.
I'm a CS who pretends
Okay.
to be an I at work. That's it.
It's just there you go.
Yeah.
That's
Like I
awesome.
am not, and this blows people mind because I will have arguments with people. Like I was in a coffee shop in downtown Fort Worth, and this guy goes, "Wait, you're the C?" "Yeah, man, I'm the C." "No, you're not. You got to be an I." "Nope, just well trained." "No way, man. I know this stuff." And I'm like, "You're like, go back and listen to the conversation. I'm talking
Right.
about systems. I'm talking about repeatability. I'm talking about process. I'm talking about all these
That's a
things.
C.
That is a C. That is a C, right?" And so you can put up a front for a little bit, but like the devil's still in the details. And going back to
Oh
the
yeah.
listening thing, like it's hard for someone to fake it forever, right? So
Mhm.
one of the things about leadership is putting people in the right spots, right? And if you don't spend enough time with your people to really understand how they're motivated, how they view these things, you can't put them in good spots. It's just impossible. Like the good to great metaphor, right? The right people in the right seats on the bus is going to get to where it's going to go.
Know your people.
Mm-hmm.
Know your people. Hmm. I do like what Musashi says here at the end. Polish your wisdom. I love that. Learn public justice. He tells you what the wisdom is. Learn public justice. That's knowing not only the context, but it's also knowing your team. Distinguish between good and evil. This one is interesting because those are, you said you're a black and white person. Those are black and white terms. People like to float around in shades of gray. Leadership really likes to float around in shades of gray. And there are dichotomies,
Mm-hmm.
don't get me wrong, but there are also, or I shouldn't say but, and there are also, let's use our language appropriately, and there are also things that just are black and white. The discovery of that comes from polishing your wisdom. Study the ways of different arts one by one. Somebody on your poll asked a similar question to this, or framed a question for this, and we're gonna move on in just a second here, but framed this in terms of the water book. Um, is it better to have a lot of, and you know what I'm about to ask, is it better to
Mm-hmm.
have a lot of arrows in your quiver, or is it better to just have one? Bruce Lee infamously said, I would be more afraid of the one person who had practiced one kick 10,000 times than one person who had practiced 10,000 kicks one time.
Yep.
I find that to be a dichotomy statement, a dichotomous statement, because I think both are valuable. However, what do you think? Forget what I
Man,
think. What do you think?
this is so. First of all, I love that line, right? The Bruce Lee quote about the
Mm-hmm.
10,000 kicks, because with in to me this maps to the thing that Jocko talks about, and I think Leaf actually says it in the book. Like you're not going to rise to the occasion; you're going to fall to your level of training,
Mm-hmm.
right? And
Right.
I know people, man, who have never been on a mat. They've never been into a school. They have never been in a situation to where they could potentially be hurt, and they are so philosophically sure that they're going to be able to just turn it on and it's going to be okay. And it's like, you have no idea, right? Like one of my friends who's a kung fu instructor full time, he
Mm-hmm.
whenever he runs into that, and he runs into it all the time, he's like, "Oh, interesting. So if you got mad enough, you could beat Michael Jordan a game of one on one." And then the person is like, "Well, no, absolutely not." And then he's like, "How do I got to tell you on Michael Jordan when it comes to this?" And you don't know what you're getting into. There's actually a jujitsu story about Gracie. Jocko talks about this on his podcast, and this is where I heard it. And I just love the story. One of the
Mm-hmm.
Gracies is surfing, and this like local kind of group of thugs is like locals only, right? Very tribalism and stuff. And so the guy goes, "Hey, you probably surf a lot, right?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "You probably fight a little bit." And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "I fight all the time and I surf a little bit. You still want to do this?" No, I don't, you know? And so competence and confidence I don't think can actually be faked. And so when it comes to that, you have to be, you got to be very sure of yourself, right? In the things that you choose. My kung fu teacher knows 7 different kinds of kung fu, right? He only teaches a handful of them, but he's been practiced and studied lots of them. But he doesn't even do them on the same days. On his Wing Chun days, he doesn't do any other art other than Wing Chun because it muddies the water for him. It makes it harder for him to, hey, how do we do this?
Yeah.
He'll have to kind of think through, okay, is this, but because of that specification on that day, he knows he's going to give the appropriate answer for that art, right? So I don't really think that it matters if you go on like, there's a great book about this actually. It's called Range by, I think it's Epstein. And it's kind of comparing the Tiger method to like the Nadal method, right? I think it's Rafael Nadal. I'm not a big tennis fan, but essentially it was this idea of, right, like the whole start your kid early so that way they can be great. And this other person, their parent was a tennis instructor who refused to teach them because they didn't think they were going to take it seriously. So he would go do everything else and then eventually found tennis and became great. I think it's about the work and your intention once you figure out your path. And if you don't ever find a path that like you can really kind of own, I think you're just kind of forever chasing. And I think that's the problem, right? Like it's not the arrow, it's the archer.
It's the archer. I think many people, and this relates to something that is not in the script, it just popped into my head. For years and years and years, and you still do, you hear people say, why don't teachers get paid as much as athletes? Okay. And there's multiple reasons why not. But the biggest one is this, and this is how I tend to neutralize that argument or neutralize that assertion, because we're not taking all the factors into the consideration. We're just looking at one thing, which is money, or in the case of and if you know any of the Gracies and you see them surfing, just walk away from them. Like, what are you doing? But in that story, like, and you're in Brazil, you're an idiot. You deserve to get your behind beat. Anyway, you deserve exactly what is about to happen to you if you decide to mess with him or any of them in that clan, men or women. It does not matter. Just leave them alone. Anyway, just okay. And even I knew that years ago coming out of Taekwondo when I knew nothing about jiu-jitsu. I was like, no, but a warrior recognizes a warrior. Leave them alone.
And there's a unique awareness about martial artists, right? And so even when I was drinking too much of the Kool-Aid, that like Kung Fu was great and Wing Chun was even better than that, and everything else was trash because I did have that period. I could still respect someone who had a vibe of that competence and confidence, even if it was an art. Like you just kind of know it. And the more you're around people of different shapes and sizes and things like this, and you see them do these things, like one of the people from my jiu-jitsu school, I've known her my entire life. And I didn't realize that it was the same woman. And then we rolled and she's 5'3" and like, like $130 or something like this, and just crushes me. Like, I'm 6'4", I'm 220 pounds. I'm an instructor in Wing Chun. And like a lot of my skills sit stripped away in jiu-jitsu training, which is okay. That's why I'm there. But to get just handled so effectively, if you still have the audacity to just like walk around and be like, I'm it.
Right.
I don't get that.
Well, because it's arrogance. That's number one. But also number two, it's this teachers athletes dichotomy that people have in their heads. When it looks like anyone can do it, and when the numbers of people, this is really it.
I know. I believe you completely.
When it looks like
I deal with
anyone
the same thing.
Right. And the numbers of people who claim to be doing it seem to be larger in one particular occupation or area than another. Like, we can count the number of athletes that we have. We can actually specifically document the number of athletes we have in this country. I'm just talking about America, not globally. We can also specifically document the number of people who have the title teacher who are in the educational system. But we can't actually count the number of people who claim to be teachers. Just like we can't count the number of people who claim to be athletes. It's a watering down thing that happens. And so, if I am a person who believes that teaching is easy because I can do it, but being Michael Jordan is over here, of course Michael Jordan's going to get paid more money. Because the teacher, any schmuck can teach. Except you're the schmuck and you're a welder. I get it. You're welding. I can't weld. God bless you. You weld. I'm not taking, by the way, any welders that are listening, I'm not taking anything away from welding. I know it's hard, just like teaching.
Yes.
And that's the thing that I want to, that's the thing that we miss in the core of that payment argument. That's one of the many things we miss inside of it. But it is a big thing. If you think that you are the person who can do that thing, if you have that arrogance and you don't respect the, and I loved how you put it there, competence and confidence that allows an individual with 15 years of experience to walk into a room full of kindergartners and not be scared and just own that room.
That's their kung fu, man.
That's their kung fu. That's their jiu-jitsu. That's their thing. Just like I started walking down the road of carpentry. I've started walking down the road of carpentry and of wood and all of this, right? And, okay, like I suck.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm terrible. Like I put together a project the other day and there's not one straight line in that project. I took a picture of it and put it on Facebook. I was like, there's not one straight line in this whole friggin' thing. It's stupid. Okay. But it's fine. But you know what? But here's the thing. It's fine because, and I learned this way back when I was in comic book art. So you and I share a lot of overlap. So I was a comic book art for years and years and years. I collected comics. I'm a huge comic geek. This is not that podcast. We can talk about all that later.
Yeah, we'll talk about that offline.
Oh, we did a whole episode on Watchmen. You should probably go back and listen to.
Yes.
And we did a whole episode on I did a whole solo because I couldn't find anybody to come and talk with me about it. But The Dark Knight Returns.
Oh.
So if you want to come and talk about Dark Knight Returns, we could do a number 2 to that if you want.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, obviously. What are you doing right now? Let's stop this one.
We can talk about it right now. We can do a whole mini podcast right now, The Dark Knight Returns. Because I'm a huge Batman guy. I'm a gigantic Batman guy for a whole bunch of different reasons that don't apply. Well, he was a martial arts guy too, but that don't apply to sort of the core of this. But my point is, I learned back doing that, and thank God I learned this at like 15, 16. You're going to have 200 bad pieces of art inside of you.
Yes. Yes.
And you just have to do it. And by the time, and this was brilliant, this was Dave Sim, the creator of Cerebus, who I think was a genius. I think he hit his genius apotheosis with his phone book, High Society, which we also talked about on the podcast. I think that book is brilliant for understanding politics.
High Society?
Oh, yeah, by Dave Sim. Oh, yeah. Actually, the 50th anniversary of it is phoning around somewhere. You can order it directly from Dave. Give him some money. He's hiding in a room in Canada somewhere. He needs the cash. But he said by the time you get to that 201st page, you won't care what anybody else thinks about it, but you also won't care what you think about it. And
that's true.
Thought,
yeah,
that's genius, because you can apply that to basically anything. Now, many years later, Malcolm Gladwell will do a whole bunch of official research on this. He would come up with the 10,000 hour rule for outliers and all this. I have a video up on LinkedIn. You should go take a look at it, where I talk about a conversation I had with a woman named Leanne, who was, again, a Canadian. Canadians getting a lot of love today. Who told me it's going to take you 10 years to be an overnight success at this, at entrepreneurship. And now bringing this forward, I roll into jiu-jitsu 8 months ago, something like that now. And I'm brand new. I suck. Please don't anybody come for me. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm going to run away. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run in the opposite direction of you. So leave me alone. Anyway, so I roll in there and I start doing my thing. And the first time I do a hard roll, and I wasn't going in arrogantly. I knew there was something. I'm like, oh, there's going to be something here. So I just steeling myself, right? Yep. And for me, unlike most people, I'm not afraid of having somebody on top of me, like, crushing me. I played rugby. Like, that's the whole entire thing. So like that whole entire psychological aspect of it, I don't panic when I'm in a dog pile. Yeah. I just panic when I can't breathe. And if it's just one dude, That's fine.
You're gonna be able
I've
to
had
find
like
a way to breathe. Yeah.
right. I've had 30 dudes on top of me. That sucks.
Yeah.
That you can't deal with. But like one dude, okay, I'm not going to
Yeah.
panic in that situation. But there's going to be other things that I'm going to have to work through too.
Mm-hmm.
And after rolling the first time hard for like 3 minutes, maybe I did like 2 3-minute rounds or whatever. I literally sat on the edge of the floor and I thought, 10 years. It's going to be 10 years to be any good at this.
Dude,
I said in my head, I go, check. That's fine.
yeah.
And now
like,
I'm on a 10-year journey. It's just it's good. And I'm not, and it's so relaxing when you go from like 200 bad pages to
yes.
10 years in jiu-jitsu, whatever you pursue. And this is the thing I want to tell both the teacher, I want the welder and the teacher and the leader and anybody else listening to the podcast. If you're in sales and you follow John, if you're listening to my podcast because you follow me, anything you want to get good at is going to take you minimum a decade to be good at. It just is.
Yeah.
There's just no way around it. And you can't shortcut the work. And we live in a shortcut world where everyone wants the hack and everyone wants the whatever. And the shortcut only hurts you.
Man,
it only hurts you. And you don't get there.
That's the nugget. Like, so I would like to go back a little bit because I think that one of the things that Musashi does very, very well in this book is, and you talked about this a second ago, is that he's equating swordsmanship to carpentry, to woodworking, right?
Yes.
He doesn't say that this is like a different class of person or anything, right? Which would be the easy thing to do, right? And I think the inside view of martial arts is always that it's an art form, right? The outside view of it is you're trying to be tough, or like we all know the black belt who's gotten beat because they weren't actually practiced, and stuff like this.
Right.
And so I read that line where he's just like, we think about martial arts like woodworking. And I was just like, God, man, like, why haven't I not had that nugget? Because I love talking about martial arts, and Kung Fu is one of those things. There's like this kind of like swept under the rug rule of like, you don't tell people who don't do Kung Fu that you do Kung Fu. It's a little bit like Fight Club, right? Mm-hmm. And I was in Vegas a couple of months ago, and a guy sits down and he's wearing a meditation hoodie. And I'm like, oh, that's a great hoodie. And then he takes off the hoodie and he has a plum flower, which is very prominent, like part of like Kung Fu and Wing Chun specifically. Mm-hmm. And so I say, plum flower, huh? And he's like, how do you know? And I was like, and so then we're just talking. It turns out his brother's at the table. He's another practitioner. And this guy's pissed that I'm talking openly about my lineage and how long I've done it and my level and all this other stuff. And so I turned to him and I was like, man, this is a lifestyle for me. Mm-hmm. Not that I'm out here trying to be rough or tough or anything, but this training, this practice has done so much for me that I'm going to talk about it everywhere. And when you can put it in that art form, right? And you've got a little bit of maturity under you. I did the same thing when I walked into jiu-jitsu. Right? Like I got crushed and I'm just smiling and gleeful because nobody wants anything from me. Nobody wants me to like help them clean up their technique or do anything else like this. I'm just there and I just get to be the student, which is very rad after a while of having to be the teacher, right? Of just being able to show up and like no expectations, just suck.
Oh, it's so freeing. You just sit there and you're like, well, and you see, and it's interesting for me because I do a lot of teaching and instructing and training and development and all that. I mean, good Lord. I did stand-up training for the first 8, 9, 10, 8 years of this business. And then before that, I was an adjunct teacher in higher education, adjunct college professor. And, I was in higher education for almost 20 years. And so, like, I've had to own the room. I know what it means to walk into a room and have to own the room, right? With a bunch of people who are less than thrilled at 8 o'clock in the morning about being there. And there's like 200 of them and they're all expecting you to say something.
Let's welcome the new sales coach, everybody.
That's right.
Been there.
But you're right. It's freeing to just be a student in that space and just sit there and go, oh, my instructor's going to do this. Oh, okay. And you can see what he's doing. You see him teaching, you see him doing that. And at a certain point, and it usually happens for me right about 15 minutes in, my brain clicks over and I go, I'm done with it. I don't need to dissect it. Like I know what he's doing. It doesn't matter. And then you can go into that. I can go into that learning mode. And then you have nights like I had the other night where it's just like, I have no idea what you just said. You just spoke gibberish. So just let me do the drill.
one of the interesting things, and this is like everybody's pet peeve in a martial arts school, is when the person walks in and they've trained in something else before.
Mm-hmm.
And every time we talk, well, in my old school, okay, man, no one cares.
Right. No one cares.
And if that was so good, you wouldn't be here. Let's just be really honest about it, right? And so when I went to jiu-jitsu, the only people who knew that I had done Wing Chun were my friend who walked me in the door and the instructor, because my friend had told them.
Yeah.
Right. And so then other than that, I was just like, I'm just going to shut up. But like I had that same moment of, I'm 41 now. I started jiu-jitsu in 2018. So a couple of years ago, I'm still in my 30s, but I'm in my late 30s, and there's all these 20-year-old guys who can't wait to like Hulk out on the old guy and everything. Yeah. And so I remember getting crushed. And like for the first 2 weeks, it was very segmented, because the way that jiu-jitsu is taught is radically different than the way that my kung fu teacher teaches kung fu. Like, oh yeah, there is a curriculum, right? And I can still, to this day, if you come up and you tell me your belt or your level inside that school, I can tell you exactly what you're working on. And I know what's going to be on your tests. Right. Yeah. And so there's a great equalizer there, but then you go to jiu-jitsu and everyone's learning the same technique, and like everyone is just going to roll after that. And it was like, for me as a guy who's very systematic in his thinking, how does this one thing lead to the next? And it was, I had concerns that it was going to be an art that I was going to be able to stay in. And then my friend who'd walked me in the door, who'd done some other martial arts, and he's a yoga instructor, and honestly, someone you should probably know because he's just a very rad dude. We just started working out at like 7 a.m. on Wednesdays, and he was kind of filling in some of the gaps and everything like that. And man, once you realize that it's just effort, it's all effort. You can be good at freaking anything if you want to put the effort into it. Are you gonna be the greatest? Maybe not, but maybe that's not the goal that you're shooting for. But like, this is just going to take time, and that's okay.
Yeah. Well, and like I was explaining this to somebody else who's another white belt, and he's about 15 years younger than me, and he was complaining about somebody he was rolling with recently. And I just said,
I've been that guy.
Yeah. And I just said, listen, for whatever it's worth, which is how I offer unsolicited advice, for whatever it's worth. And you don't have to listen to me. Go do whatever it is you're going to do. My thought here is this. Americans want everything to be systematic. This is not an American art. This is an art that has resisted Americanism. I said, even think about it the way that the experience is structured. And he's been there longer than I have. And he's whatever, striped, whatever. And I'm like, think about how long you've been here. You start out with, and this is how I think about it, because I think about it in terms of teaching and instructing. This is not how I would do it, but you start off with this broad base. I'm talking about jiu-jitsu now. You start with this broad base of just junk that's just thrown at you. Yeah. You learn enough technique to get to the next belt level. And then after that, there's no more help. You're on your own. Mm-hmm. And it's not you're on your own in a sense of vicious dog eat dog, the way we think of you're on your own. Yeah. It's more like you're on your own to sort of begin making this thing your own. Man, so you have to pull, everything. Right. And you have to pull from this thing and pull from this thing that you just got thrown at via fire hose. Yeah. And you have to convert. And no one's going to tell you if it's right or wrong. No one's going to tell you if it's the appropriate thing or the inappropriate thing. You have to test. And I said, Americans, particularly Americans in the early part of the 21st century, don't like that. We like everything being laid out for us. We do like having multiple options. We love that, but we like everything being laid out for us. We like the table being set before us. And then we like being told what to eat. And we like being told that what we eat will give us guaranteed success. And by the way, success in the way that will show up on Instagram looking really good. Yeah. And this is not that thing. Agreed. And so it doesn't shock me that the drop off between white belt and blue belt is 90%. Yeah. It doesn't. I'm not shocked by that. In America, not shocked by that at all. And it also doesn't shock me that the drop off from blue belt over the course of 2 to 3 years is like
95% again.
Right. I'm not gigantically surprised because Americans, I'm not going to say they don't want to do the work because that's not correct. Mm-hmm. Americans want to do the work where they see more of an immediate reward because we have an immediate gratification culture. Yep. That we have subsidized with the use of devices and other types of media. And if the gratification isn't there right now, then they're out.
Man.
They get bored. They do, and they get legitimately bored, and they leave. And I said, I don't know who's going to make it in this room. I have zero clue. And I don't care. All I know is, and this gets back to the 10-year thing, all I know is it took me 10 years to get to the point in my business where I don't panic when I have $100 in my checking account. And I know that I've got to close a deal to get $10,000 in my checking account.
Yeah.
And I know that it's going to take me 6 months to close that deal. And I've got to make that $100 last 6 months. I don't panic. You all panic in this situation, which tells me that I'm probably going to be okay, but I can't get arrogant about it because I'm sure there's going to be something that's going to pop up. There's going to be injury. 10 years is a long time, and I'm an old man.
Yeah.
I'm an old man. So it's humility. It's a lack of arrogance, and it's continuing to show up. I said, when you get injured, you need to just continue to show up here. Even if you can't roll, just show up.
That was the rule. There was
show up.
I mean,
but Americans struggle with this. It's the American mentality. It's the mentality of instant gratification. Americans struggle with this. Leaders struggle with this because they want the status and they want the position. They want the thing right now. And then when it doesn't happen, they're like, well, I'm out. I'm going to jump. I'm going to leapfrog over to this next pad. As a buddy of mine said, it's not, the grass isn't greener on the other side of the fence. It's the same brown dead grass on the other side of the fence it is on your side of the fence. You might as well just stay on your side of the fence.
Man. In Kung Fu, there's this saying that the good student will spend a year in the horse stance, right?
Yeah.
And what that really leads to is that they're going to be willing to kind of put in the work and kind of figure it out and kind of bump into the walls and do all that other stuff, right? And also to do the foundational components, right? And Wing Chun is a system, right? So first form gets beat by second form, third form gets beat by second form. Really great first form, though, keeps you from ever having to use third form, right? So like, as opposed to like trying to chase to get like the secret techniques, right? You know, in the behind the closed door stuff, make sure your foundational stuff is really great. And then guess what? You don't even have to put as much effort into learning all the fancy stuff that is used for emergency techniques because you're not getting into emergency situations where you're going to have to use it.
That's brilliant.
And my teacher would say this line all the time. If you want to be good, you got to be really prepared to do 100 and only have one of them be anywhere close to the way that you want it to be, and then be excited to do 100 more and maybe get 2 right. Like, that's what you're fed as you walk in the door of the Kung Fu school that I was part of. And, you know, over my time there, people get hurt, right? And sometimes it's at the school, sometimes it's outside of the school, but on separate occasions, I've had injuries and haven't been able to like practice fully, but I'm still there. I'm still there for the reinforcement. I'm still there to like see what's going on. I'm still there to be part of that community. And I've seen people who have, like, there was a woman named Kibby. She tore her Achilles tendon, but was still showing up and sitting down, and we're doing Chisao sitting down just so that way, like, she's continuing to grow. Another woman at the school named Naomi, she had a leg injury, and she was doing the same thing. Like, you still show up. You're still part of that community. You're still part of the improvement process, even if you're not in it as much as you would like to be.
Right.
And there's so much to that of like, you have to be okay with sucking if you're ever going to be good. And if you're not okay with sucking, you need to check your ego, right? And it comes from maturity, right? It comes from sucking in someplace else. Like, you told this story a second ago. I have a story just like that. I started Kung Fu and I, because I'm a big guy, I had to work out with the big guys. And while I'm a tall guy, I'm not the biggest, broadest guy, right? Like, so I was having to work with this guy who was not a great practitioner, not a great student, not really bought in, was kind of high every time I got to work out with him. Never, like, I was teaching him the technique. And so one of my older Kung Fu brothers, one of my best friends, you know, we're having a beer after class one night, and he goes, "Hey man, how's class?" And I was like, you know, I keep getting paired with this guy. And he goes, "Hey man, can I tell you something?" I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "The only person who controls if you have a good class or a bad class is you."
Yep.
And I was just, like, head broken. And I was kind of mad, right? Because like, we get mad in those moments whenever we get challenged and we realize that we're kind of being tyrants and toddlers, right? And like, who am I? I'm brand new. Like, my teacher didn't even know my name yet.
Right.
Why would I be expecting to be paired up with like really great, like older teacher or students
Exactly.
It's
You're going to
crazy.
get thrown
It's
in the bottom of
dumb.
the pile with the dog, with the neckties.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
speaking to the other thing about like the high attrition rate, like
Oh yeah.
you never know who's going to make it. Like, and there's always this thing of like the two friends will show up together, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to join together. And the one you think is going to make it is the one who fails and
Right.
quits, right? Which kind of goes back to that idea of the people with talent quit when talent runs out, right?
Yep.
If you have some drive, if you have some good coaching, if you have some good accountability, to go back to that thing a second ago, you can get to those micro successes and the mini wins that'll keep you kind of invested in moving forward. But yeah, at the end of the day, you got to want it for the right reasons.
Yes. Well, and my wife asked me when I started, she's like, "Are you going to get a black belt in this?" And I was like, "I don't know. I don't know yet. It's too early to tell." and I know, but you know what? I think that's the right answer, because I don't know what I'm stepping into. I have no idea what will be required of me. I have no idea how I'm going to feel about what might be required of me.
Yeah.
But I do know that if I start doing this thing, I'm just going to keep going, because and I always come down to this question: what else am I going to do? Like, am I going to hang out at my house and just like look at people? I mean, yes, sure, okay, I can absolutely do that. Am I going to work harder on the business? Sure, I can maybe do that. Am I going to maybe write more books? Sure, but I'm going to do all of that stuff anyway. So might as well go do something
I tell man,
that's gonna, you're right, that's gonna push me forward a little bit. And
I agree.
also, you know what, when I heard about the attrition rate, and again, I was not gigantically surprised, because it's the same attrition rate that's in entrepreneurship.
It's any good martial arts school on the
Yeah.
planet, right?
Yeah.
Because like we used to call this the impossible question, right? Do you
Yeah.
water it down so that way everybody stays and you make lots of money?
Yeah.
Or do you stick to the standard of quality and you don't put up with people who are not putting in the work? And like when I started in Kung Fu, my teacher was living in the dressing room. Right? Because he had left a very lucrative career to go do this Kung Fu thing full time, because he'd had people pour into him. And he told me once that it felt selfish to not pay that forward. And I think about that in my business, right? Because like I want to bring people in and hopefully eventually be someone's trifecta, right? Like part of that kind of mentorship foundational thing that allows them to go on and do great things, because I've got to experience that and I want that. And I would love the opportunity to give that to others, right? I think that's really cool. But it's the impossible question. This is why I don't run a martial arts school full time, right?
Yeah.
Because like I don't want to have to make that standard. Like I don't want to have to make those decisions,
Well,
and but here's the thing: as a coach, I still make those decisions, right? Because like I can't teach everybody. I can't. Like I can teach most people, but there's going to be somebody else for lots of those people who's going to be a better teacher. Okay, so I'm trying to find the people that only I can teach, right? Because the way that it's looked at and talked about and like from the other people isn't going to line up for the people that I'm going to have the best outcomes with. Because like I think about this stuff differently. Like I'm not a hard-edged salesperson. I don't put lots of sales pressure on stuff. There's a time and a place for that. It's very narrow, right? And most sales don't work that way, but that's the outside view. So it's a very unique situation, because I tell people no way more than I tell people, yeah, I will help you out. I will become your coach, right? And I help lots of people for free, because the minute it changes hands, I have an expectation of like money changing hands, right? You're paying me, I'm going to become your coach. Let's get to work. Check. Like, man, I hold people accountable. What are your goals? What are your numbers? And like, man, we get really into the weeds. And if I don't think you're going to be able to like stand up to that and like appreciate my approach to it, I need to tell you no. So you go find the right person for you.
Yep.
And like that to me is such a crucial part of leadership, because as much as I don't like a lot of the other philosophy in sales of, be high pressure and follow up until they block you and all this other stuff, right? If you don't have a death certificate, there's still a qualified lead, and some of the stuff that people talk about, man, for some people, that's what gets them going. That's what gets them into the pool and start swimming and like figuring it out. And then from there, they're going to figure out their own stuff, right? So the greatest thing about philosophy is it allows me room to realize my way is great for me. It's going to be great for certain people, but it's not the way for everybody. And the other ways, even though I have issues with them, don't necessarily invalidate the approach. They're just not right for me. And that's all okay.
Back to the book.
Back to the book. Let's go.
Back to A Book of Five Rings by Miyamoto Musashi. This is a good moment to go back to the book. You can know how to win through strategy with the long sword, but it cannot be clearly explained in writing. You must practice diligently in order to understand how to win. That's exactly what we were just saying.
Yeah.
Oral tradition. The true way of strategy is revealed in the longsword. You can win with certainty with the spirit of one cut. It is difficult to attain this if you do not learn strategy well. If you train well in this way, strategy will come from your heart, and you will be able to win at will. You must train diligently. The spirit of direct communication is how true way of the Nito Ichi school is received and handed down. Oral tradition teach your body strategy. Recorded in the above book is an outline of Ichi school sword fighting. To learn how to win with the long sword and strategy, first learn the 5 approaches and the 5 attitudes, and absorb the way of the long sword naturally in your body. You must understand spirit and timing, handle the longsword naturally, and move body and legs in harmony with your spirit. Whether beating one man or two, you will then know values in strategy. Study the contents of this book, taking one item at a time, and through fighting with enemies, you will gradually come to know the principle of the way. Deliberately, with a patient spirit, absorb the virtue of all of this. From time to time, raising your hand in combat, maintain this spirit whenever you cross swords with an enemy. Step by step, walk the 1,000-mile road. Love that.
Yeah.
Study strategy over the years and achieve the spirit of the warrior. Today is victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser men. Next, in order to beat more skillful men, train according to this book, not allowing your heart to be swayed along a side track. Even if you kill an enemy, if it is not based on what you have learned, it is not the true way.
Man.
If you attain this way of victory, then you will be able to beat several tens of men. What remains is sword fighting ability, which you can attain in battles and duels.
So good.
So good.
Like, I read a lot. Lots of things, right? And like, I'm reading this and I just have this, I'm not a succinct guy. Like, I got turned down for a sales role once because they're like, yeah, John, you're a little long-winded. Okay, cool. All right, that's fine.
I'm not for you, and that's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you know what? Your approach is different than mine. That's okay. I didn't have that bandwidth at the time. I was just pissed. But like, man, it's so short. But when we think about social media and everyone is trying to be short and poignant and devastating and all these different things and polarizing and brand building and an authority and everything. Hot takes. Yeah. And man, like, it's hard to be short and also not be misinterpreted.
Yes.
And I think he does an amazing job in this book of making it so short. Like, this version that I have actually includes another book written during the same time, and it's still smaller than most of the books on my shelf, right? And it's deep, and it's also clear. Like, Melissa, my partner, she hates whenever I highlight in a book. Like, she's that kind of book owner, right? Don't crease it. Don't do any of this thing.
Oh, she would hate me. I use the pen. I'm the pen guy, and I write notes in the margins.
I come out and I'm reading this book.
Yeah.
And she was, and I've got the highlighters. What are you doing? I'm like, I have to. And she was like, what do you mean you have to? It's like, there are nuggets in here that I want to be able to find with ease later on when I come back to it. And it's just, man, it's just so good. Like, so, God, man, it blew me away, honestly. Like, this time where did it go? this line here towards the end of the Earth Scroll, right? If you want to learn those, if you want to learn the science of martial arts, meditate on this book. Let the teacher be the needle, let the student be the thread, and practice unremittingly. Like, I love that idea of the student being the thread of just like, oh man, it's mind blowing.
Well, you talk about in your anecdote when you were in Las Vegas and you were talking to the gentleman publicly about Wing Chun and about Kung Fu, and the gentleman's brother or friend or whatever was very upset about you revealing secret things. And I think about a line from a marketer way back in the day, and he said something that has stuck with me for many, many years. There's no more secret sauce.
Agreed. Because
of the internet, there's no more secret sauce. And this book used to be secret sauce, right? Like, if you weren't, probably up to about the late 90s, if you didn't know what book to go seek out, like when I bought my copy of the Tao Jeet Kune Do, I literally had to order it from a publisher in China to have them send it to me.
Whoa.
Because I couldn't find it where I was living. Even in the late 90s, I couldn't find it where I was living. Okay. And this is before the internet really ramped up and Amazon and all that. Okay. Now with Amazon, please, with the internet, please, like, give me a break. There's no more secret sauce. Jocko talks about this, to go back to this for just a second. He talks about this with jiu-jitsu, right? Back when he was, finding out about jiu-jitsu and rolling with jiu-jitsu guys in the late 80s and the 90s, when he was in the teams, in the early 90s with the teams back in the day, as my 5-year-old says.
That's a good impression, actually.
I taught him that. Transitioning over to the 5-year-old. But during that time, nobody knew, right before UFC 1, like, who was good and who wasn't. You didn't have visual. There was still secret sauce. Yep. There's still this idea, and you see it in sales. I see it in marketing, because I have the heart of a marketer more than I have a heart of a salesperson. I admit that. I'm more of a marketer than I am a salesperson. And I understand, and please, sales has values. Give me a break. Let's be real here. And I think both of them need to go together. But definitely my heart, my creative heart, I love marketing. And marketers ruin everything.
They do. Yeah,
because they freaking try to tell you that there's this secret thing, and if you just pay me $9.99, I'll open up this door. Shut up. There's no secret thing in there. I told somebody in a different context a few days ago. The individual was asking me about course creation, and I'm like, there's no secret sauce to course creation. Just let me tell you how to do it. It's like 30 minutes. Like, you don't need to pay for a $9.97 course for somebody on Facebook to teach you how to do course creation. Stop it. Stop with the marketing on that space, right? And that's just one area that drives me absolutely nuts, because there's no secret sauce. You can go to the internet and you can find out all of this. There are no more secrets. If I want to find everything I want to know about Wing Chun, I can just go to the internet. There's no secrets. The secret now is in the work.
Yeah. Agreed.
That's where the secret is. The secret is in the persistence and the will and the drive to continue to do. If you want to be a good salesperson, as I'm sure John would say, if you want to be a good salesperson, the secret is not in sales. You can go figure that out on the internet. The secret is in other things. Now, I'm sure John would like you to take advantage of his coaching, but the secret is in other things. If you want to become a good marketer, there's no secrets to becoming a good marketer. Just go figure it out.
Yeah.
You can go read it on the internet the same way anybody else. But what COVID showed me, and those of you who are listening will appreciate this, what COVID showed me is it really brought this home for me. I have zero clue what people are using the internet for.
Dude, I
don't know. I don't know what you all are using the internet for. Hopefully you're using it to listen to my podcast, which I would hope. But like, other than that, like, what are you using it for? Like, what are we doing? Is it really just all like pornography and stock quotes like Elaine Bennis said back in the 90s? Is that really? Are we really still just using the internet for that?
One of my, dude, I am known as someone who has just an excessive amount of trivial knowledge, right? Because I have pretty good recall. But I also, if I just have a question, I'm just going to go Google it, and then I'm going to read about it, and then I'm going to read like the referenced material. Like a friend of mine sent me this kind of polarizing article, right? And it was referencing another article. So I went and I read that article, and turns out the polarizing article is a terrible take on the original article. And I was like, well, if you go back and you read the original article, and they're like, who reads the original article?
Who doesn't?
Yeah. Like it's such a, like, once again, right, we're presuming that everyone uses it the same way that we use it, right?
Yeah,
Which
is
I know. Not healthy.
That's my sin. My sin is I can go down the road, I do. I have 500 bookmarks.
Oh man, dude,
please, and I'm doing. I have one whole file folder that's just called content aggregation, where it's just like,
yep. I do the
that's
same
where all
thing.
500 of them sit, and then I go down rabbit holes, and I could go down rabbit holes all day. But I realized with COVID that that's not how most people are leveraging the thing, which means for most people, there are still secrets.
Yeah. And man, this is a weird spot to be in, right? Because I call this the curse of knowledge, right? I know what good selling is because I have spent years being coached around how to do it very well. Now, what happens is, back to your point, since everyone can open their mouth and words fall out, and they sometimes close deals, they think that they're good at this thing. And
right,
like, no knock against those people, because I don't believe that everyone thrives in a coaching environment, right? I think that everyone can thrive with the right coach, but I don't think you can just shove anybody into a coaching environment and expect them to improve. You got to have the right coach. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear, is an old saying, right? And I firmly believe that. And so when you could, and this is so prominent in like everything that I've done, right? Because when I was a poker player, it doesn't matter how much you know about poker. Can you do it in the emotional moment of sitting in the seat and you just got crushed? You just got stacked. You just lost your entire stack of chips and you're pulling money out of your wallet to get more chips. Like, are you making an emotional decision? Or are you making an intellectual decision? Are you looking at the table and realizing I can't win against this crowd and I need to go find somewhere else? Or are you leaning into the sunk cost of like, well, everyone else is terrible and they're winning and all these other things? Like, it's an emotional moment. And like, it's talked about
Teddy
so
KGB
freely.
is not going to give you your stacks of high society. He's just not going to do it.
But like in poker, it's talked about so normal. Tilt is what it's called, right? And everyone talks about tilt, and everyone is aware of tilt, and it runs deeper than most people think about. But then when you look at entrepreneurship, you look at leadership, you look at sales, and you see people making tilted decisions, emotional decisions.
Oh yeah.
But you can't challenge them. You can't talk about it in these kinds of things because they're the leader, or this is sales, or, and all this other stuff. And it's like, until you go through it enough, you're not going to be competent. You can fake confidence. Lots of people do it. It's that fake it till you make it, which I don't think is super helpful, right? You can't beat competence. Like, there's this thing, I was talking about this on a call actually earlier today. I was talking to someone and he had Bruce Lee up on his wall. So apparently you guys need to meet. There's cool things happening today. And we were talking about this idea. You could watch all of those videos about Wing Chun, every freaking one of them. But if we lined up and we touched hands and you felt that intention, if you felt that, you're not ready for it, right? And if you've ever only rolled with white belts and then you roll with a black belt and that grip is so loose, but you're not going to get away with anything because the grip is that loose and they're not concerned at all. Like, the lack of threat presents the threat because they're just not concerned about you.
When I roll with my instructor, I always, whatever, he takes whatever his posture is, and I walk up to him and I go, "Hello, darkness, my old friend." Let's just get after it because it's time to learn.
I was getting not cocky, but I was starting to feel very competent in Chisao, which is, we call it rolling, right? But it's not like jujitsu rolling. You're just rolling like from your forearms, right? So you're starting from a bridge of contact because the tactile functionality is what makes Wing Chun great, right?
Interesting. Okay.
You're creating tactile responses that operate faster than your line of sight can be. And there's a version of that in jujitsu, right? Because like if you're putting good pressure from your chest into someone's back and you feel them move before you see them move, it's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So I was starting to feel
connections. If you have your connections, you're good. Oh, but it's the same identity. It's the same idea.
So, and then I rolled with my teacher.
Yeah.
And man, he wasn't there until he wanted to be there, right?
Right.
And then, man, you get the full blunt and force of, I don't need to have a bunch of energy here because I'm saving all my energy for here,
For here. Yeah.
right? And like, there's that element in poker, there's that element in jujitsu and in kung fu and in sales. Like, man, there's a great article by the Harvard Business Review, and it talks about consultative selling is the easiest thing to teach, but the hardest thing to do. And man,
Mm-hmm.
it's a great article because the elements of it I can teach anybody in 5 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Target very well, small talk well to understand how they want to talk, frame appropriately, ask really great questions. Don't lead them down a path that they don't want to go to. Make sure you're qualifying for your standards, get a good agreements. That's it. Now go do it. That's the hard part,
Yeah. Good
right?
luck.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're not going to do that, right?
No.
You're going to fall back into what is normal or what you think you should be doing. And that is that emotional moment. You're not following a process or a system. You're doing what you think you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
in sparring and Wing Chun, I had this element of like, if I did anything that was not part of canon, I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't happy. It wasn't a real win.
Yeah.
Right. So like if I landed a shot, but my shoulder rose to make it, no, that's not it. That's not good enough. Fix it.
Hmm.
Right. Because this happening is causing other things to be out of alignment. Right. So it's
Yeah.
causing issues. Right. So focus on the process. The results will come, kind of
Mm-hmm.
thing. And I mean, it's such a, like, there's a sweet spot in the middle. You can't have just knowledge, and you can't just continue to beat your head against the wall if you're on a timeline that matters, right? No one needs a sales coach if you have endless money and you don't have a sales goal. Just go figure it out. You don't need me. You don't need a book. You don't need anything else. Just go talk to people. That's not what sales is, though. Sales is
Right.
about goals and deadlines and being accountable for the forecast and all the other stuff that is like part and parcel of that, which means you have a timeline. You don't have forever to figure it out.
That's
And
right.
if you're concerned about it, let's talk about it. But don't just assume that just because you can open your mouth and words come out of it, just like you shouldn't assume that because you can ball up your fist and make a fist that you're going to win a fight. You're not going to be able to communicate to a broad range of people, understand their concerns, and be able to map those to solutions that you can then show them and get them to take action on those solutions. You got to do it.
Back to the book. And I want to make a point because everything that John said doesn't necessarily need to be backed up by the book, but the book does back up everything that John has just said. And it really comes to light in this element of courage, which we've kind of been talking about and kind of dancing around without really using that word. You will need a sales coach if you do not have the courage to know how to apply what it is that you are doing. If you don't have the context to get competence, you are going to need help. However, leadership courage, when we talk about leaders, leadership courage can only come after clarity, which I compare to ground in a book of five rings. Mm-hmm. Candor, which I compare to the water book. And if you're marking your book as you follow along with us, mark it there. And courage is comparable to Musashi's statements at the beginning of his fire book. So fire maps to courage. And we have a methodology. We call it the 3 C's methodology. In communication, leaders need to be candid. They need to have clarity first. Mm-hmm. Clarity in speaking, clarity in thinking, which is critical, and clarity in writing and communicating. Clarity is the thing. If your thoughts are not clear, your writing will not be clear, your speech will not be clear, and thus you will not be able to be candid, which is the second C. Candid is not telling someone the brutal truth. Candid is understanding exactly what truth needs to be applied at what moment and knowing when to do that. By the way, this wisdom only comes about through multiple battles.
Yes.
Through multiple failures.
Multiple failures.
But then there's the last C, which is courage. If you don't have the courage to actually be candid, you could be clear in your head all day, and it doesn't matter. It's an irrelevancy. By the way,
I love
where we align with courage is on Brene Brown as the heart word. You have to have the heart to be able to do the thing. Go ahead.
Well, I love the thing that you said there, because the hardest thing about sales for most people is the prospecting side of it, right? That first reach out, whether it's a cold call or a cold DM or cold email, like, and everyone is trying to figure out ways to avoid this portion of the sales process, right? Like, John, how do I not have to prospect? Well, I don't know, honestly. Like you can do marketing and stuff, but if marketing misses, guess what? You have to go prospect.
You got to go prospect.
You got to go prospect. You got to go be in front of the people and say, hey, I think I can help you. Can we have a conversation? Yep. Like, and one of the things that I do with people is I take them through a clarity process, right? Because part of what causes that anxiety about doing a reach out is you're not laser focused on who you should be talking to and who should be talking to you, right? And I'll take people through an exercise, and I call this drawing the circle smaller, right? Of all the people on the planet, who can you say, this person doesn't need me? Great. So you've drawn that circle smaller. How do you feel about reaching out and finding those people? Still a little uncomfortable. Cool. Let's go smaller. Like, who inside this circle should you be talking to? And really, this is like a marketing avatar ICP exercise, right?
Yeah.
But once people get to a small enough circumference of the type of person who is only going to get value from them, people change, man. They start to get fired up about, let's go find some people, right? And it removes some of the anxiety about being rejected just out of hand because you're a salesperson.
Right.
Yeah. And going back to that clarity exercise, right? Like, you know, if you're not clear on who you're targeting, how are you going to be clear on a message that makes them want to talk to you?
How are you going to be able to be candid with that message?
Yeah, exactly.
And then how are you going to even have the courage to go and talk to them anyway?
Yeah, and the candid thing, right? Everyone is like, well, let's sound really spick and span and polished on these calls, John. And have you seen our deck and all of this stuff? And we do fundamentally transformational things for entrepreneurs. It's like, bro, like you're creating the rift that you hate because you're being unapproachable in how you're talking about what you do.
Right.
Stop sounding be so professional, be real. Like, you're not going to make everybody happy no matter what the outreach is. No piece of outreach is going to get 100% yes, because some people are still going to think it's too good to be true.
Right.
Right. And that's like the marketing thing, which I love. I went to the seminar once and this guy was like, if I told you that I was going to give you a Lamborghini for $1, would you believe me? And everyone's like, no. And he's like, exactly right. And I just had to think about that for like a long time, right? Because I like being perfect, you know. Right. I have a strong need to be right and be correct and be perfect and everything else. And so I think about that line all the time. So if no piece of outreach is going to get 100% of the people that I reach out to like want to take a meeting and then buy, let's use it meaningfully. So that way I'm only talking to people in conversations that I want to have, right? So how do I build my messaging around that? And that's why I talk about Kung Fu and jujitsu and all the things that I get really into, because we're going to find out if there's alignment here or not.
Right. You're going to find as Seth Godin would say, you're going to find your tribe.
Yeah.
And that's a loaded term, but that is the term. That's the word, right? Mm-hmm. And yes, it comes with a whole bunch of geopolitical and cultural and social and blah, 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 blah. And it is the word. It doesn't negate it being the word. Correct. It's the word. You're going to find those people that are going to connect with you, and having the courage to go and get them is critical. As Musashi would say in a book of 5 rings. In this, the fire book of the Nito Ichi School of Strategy, I describe fighting as fire. In the first place, people think narrowly about the benefit of strategy. By using only their fingertips, they only know the benefit of 3 of the 5 inches of the wrist. They let a contest be decided, as with the folding fan, merely by the span of their forearms. They specialize in the small matter of dexterity, learning such trifles as hand and leg movements with the bamboo practice sword. In my strategy, the training for killing enemies is by way of many contests, fighting for survival, discovering the meaning of life and death, learning the way of the sword, judging the strength of attacks, and understanding the way of the edge and ridge of the sword. You cannot profit from small techniques, particularly when full armor is won.
So good.
You cannot learn to swim from a book. You cannot, this is going to seem vulgar, but it's true. You cannot get pregnant without having sex. You just, I'm sure that there's a random 1% whatever out there floating, but really, come on. You also cannot teach a kid how to ride a bike from Sandler training. You cannot teach a kid how to ride a bike at a
At a
seminar.
seminar. Yep.
You have to get in the game and do it. You have to back up what John has just said. You have to go the way of many contests, fight for survival, discover the meaning of life and death, learn the way of the sword, judge the strength of attacks, and understand the way of the edge and ridge of the sword. I don't know if what we do over here is consultative selling, or I don't know what the appropriate term is. All I know is if I get a client who's a potential off of a prospect that has worked out well, I know that there are many tiny cuts that can kill the deal, and I have no idea where they will all be. And so after almost 10,000 hours of selling this product, I now kind of sort of am beginning to understand the flow of how to go with the client. There's no way around the work. And to John's point about not enjoying prospecting, I don't enjoy prospecting either. I don't enjoy the rejection of
Most people don't.
sending out blind emails to a group of people who I thought were going to support me, and now they're like, screw off, go away. Or it went into my spam, or it went into my trash, or I didn't see it, or I don't care. And so what?
Yeah.
That issue of rejection, that is powerful and that is key. Many people don't try because they're afraid of failing.
Yep.
But more people don't try because they are afraid of being rejected.
Agreed.
By whatever system or organization or culture or other individual they put themselves up against. I do think that there is a gender difference on this, but I'm not going to go into the realm of that space. But I do think psychologically how men and women consume and pursue, not consume, that's not a good way to put it, how men and women engage with, that's a better way to put it, with rejection is fundamentally different. And I think Brene Brown would agree with me. I think she staked her entire career on that idea. Women and rejection and shame. There's a whole bunch of things that are gathered together in that spot, and she's done a lot of clear research on that. Go look at her research. Men are a little bit different, though. And somebody is polarizing, as Dr. Jordan Peterson, another Canadian, our third Canadian of the day, has mentioned this, clinical psychologist. And again, you could disagree with his conclusions, but he has mentioned this. Men tend to view rejection through the lens of, and we're talking about martial arts, and we're talking about jiu-jitsu, and we're talking about physical combat and how that relates to sales and where the lessons we can learn. Men relate to that out of physicality. They relate to that out of the space of, and I've sometimes said this in training, talking about conflict, and how men and women engage with it a little bit differently. If men have a conflict, we know fundamentally at a certain point, this can all get physical. We can all go out in the parking lot and figure it out. At a certain point, if it gets to that point. Now, we all do the negotiation to make sure it doesn't get to that point, because we know fundamentally, starting, I would assert, at the age of probably 8 or 9, this is when men start to learn this in a real visceral, physical way, whereas women learn a different lesson in a different kind of way. Or no, not a different lesson. They learn the same lesson in a different kind of way.
Yep.
Because the genders are different in their approach to this. But men learn about how to handle rejection in a physical manner, right? Versus an emotional one. This is interesting because sales fundamentally in our world today is not a physical act. It is an emotional act. And you can even assert that it's always been an emotional act. Yeah. And so it's interesting to watch rejection and how that shapes up and how that can burn through a person like fire, can literally hollow out a person. If they do not have if they haven't walked the way enough to be able to handle it, at multiple levels, and to be able to, and this is now when we get to the Western idea of compartmentalization, to compartmentalize and wall that off. And I'll use a perfect example from my own life. We were in a deal that we did not get with a larger partner. This was many years ago. It was a $250,000 deal. We didn't get the deal. I'll tell you the end of the story. We didn't get the deal. Okay. We were in the deal for 6 months. We were in the process for 6 months. I thought I understood the edge and the, as Musashi would say, the edge and the ridge of the sword and where it was going. And apparently I did not. And when I realized that I did not understand where the edge and the ridge of the sword were going, and when the final cut came and the blow of rejection came, I literally left my office, went home, because I felt like I was going to puke at that time.
Yeah.
And I laid down on the floor of my, at the time, my house had hardwood floors, beautiful teak hardwood floors. And I laid down on the hardwood floor of my living room. And at the time, my son wasn't born yet, but at the time my daughter was like maybe my youngest daughter was like 6 or 7 years old. And I just let her jump up and down on my back. I was like, sure, why not? Because what else are you going to do at that point? And then I got back up the next day and went back to work.
I mean, that's right. The rejection is unique, right? And I think too many people, like in sales coaching, sales leadership, they don't really, once again, if you don't understand how that person is tuned to the world, you have no idea what that rejection is going to do to them, how they internalize it and stuff, right? And so all the stuff like every no is one closer to a yes, and Babe Ruth like struck out more than he hit. He also didn't swing at terrible ass pitches either. Like, let's just be honest about it. This stuff matters, right? There's still a quality level that comes into play. And so like I'm going to get probably flamed for this on LinkedIn, because the guy who runs a list building platform is called Seamless AI. He put out this video and was like, never stop following up, right? Chase them and, chase them and chase them and chase them. And it's like, you're just winding people up so that way they'll go do something. That's not the same thing as like giving them some clarity. So me being me, right, and doing my thing, I'm like, hey, if you're open to a difference of opinion, a good prospect isn't going to make you chase them for forever. And there's too many people on the planet to be fixated on just one.
Right.
Yep. And what's crazy to me, you said this line earlier, that you're much more of a marketing person than a salesperson. Turns out I think much more about, I'm a student of marketing. I'm a trained salesperson, right? So while I appreciate marketing, I'm not the greatest at it. I'm terrible at marketing myself, but being able to appreciate the drop-offs about speaking one to many is a marketing skill, right? And so appreciating the drop-offs is super important. And salespeople don't do that, right? Because of the sales ego and everything.
Yeah.
There's another sales consultant who's in my sales community. His name's Ricky Pearl. And he's got this great question that he asks people. Like, okay, if I bring you 10 people and you close 2, are you more concerned about, or if I talk to 10 people and I close 2 for you, are you more concerned about the 2 or the other 8?
I only care about the 2. I mean,
exactly. So his next question is, so really, I guess I could go talk to 100 people as long as I brought you 2, right?
Sure. As long as you're the right 2.
That's the problem, right? Like sales is about laser-like precision and being able to understand the time management of relationships much more than it is about being persuasive. Because if you spend enough time with any one person, they will find something to buy from you and you will find something to sell them. But once again, if you're on a goal or a deadline, work expands to fill the time allotted. So if you're not following a process or a system, you're just going to keep hanging out with people, right? And when we add in the personality stuff to selling, if you're an extrovert and you get energy from having meetings, you're going to go take every bad meeting you possibly can. You're not thoughtful about, hey, does this person meet my ICP or my avatar? Are they going to be a great person to spend time with? It's just, oh, this is a meeting and I'm light, so let's just go do it. That's not being intentional with your time. That's not following the way.
Right.
And so, man, like the overlap here to me is like, I'm just reading this book and I'm just like, oh God, yeah. Talk about this all the time. Talk about this all the time. Right. And Melissa's just so tired of hearing about the whole thing, just completely over the whole thing. It was really funny. A long time ago.
I hope that podcast drained you for all of this. So can we move on to Art of War now? Can we do that?
Exactly. There was one time I'd been in Kung Fu for a very long time. I was already at the instructor level. Like I was the way that Kung Fu works is the colors become lighter as you advance in the system, right? Because as you gain knowledge, you gain enlightenment. So you start out as a black belt and then you end up as a white or gold sash, depending upon your lineage and your school and stuff. And so the way that our school works is you have black, gray, blue, green, red, and then gold is master. Okay. But red is like the equivalent of black belt. It takes about 5 to 8 years to get there. You've put in massive amounts of work. You're teaching on the weekends. You're, all the same things that are normal for like a black belt. And I was sitting on the couch. I was talking to Melissa. This is way before I started my business. This is way before she worked with me, way before the book had come out. And she goes, "Hey, how much longer are you going to do the sales coaching thing?" And I was like, "What an odd question you're asking me right now. Why are you asking this question?" And she's like, "Well, it just feels a little bit like a gimmick." Exactly what she said. This is clear as head in my day. It's so funny because she's the editor of my book about sales now. And I was like, interesting. I guess my answer for this is the same answer as I would tell you about martial arts training. I will stop when I've determined that I don't want to get any better. And it was such a foreign concept for her. But by that point, Kung Fu was sales. It was the same thing. Like, I'm a big proponent of like flow and deep work and really, really, really organizing your life in a way so that way you can have these amazing moments of being able to, whatever your calling is, whatever your greatness is, of doing that. And man, this is a flow state like that we're in right now. Like, I'm not concerned about anything else, and time has no meaning here. And like, this is a great conversation. This is what I love. Right. And like, I can have this all day long with people. And even though I'm an introvert and even though I have a stutter and I've got all this head trash and limiting belief, just like everybody else does, I still love this thing. Right. So why would I not want to continue to get better at it? Why would I just assume that this is as good as it gets?
Right.
It's insane. And to the other point about rejection, like, I reached out to someone who I look up to and I was like, "Hey, here's the thing. I think I can help you. You want to talk about it? Not worth my time." Okay. Right. And here's the thing. In my opinion, he's an idiot for not wanting to have a conversation with me. But then again, I can also appreciate the focus, right? Because the hard thing about being an entrepreneur is cultivating focus that way you can go do the things and not chase all the shiny stuff, that's out there.
Correct. Yeah.
So it's that empathy, right? Of, I appreciate you're busy. Maybe later.
Yeah.
Right. And one time I reached out to someone and I was like, "Hey, I would love to share my book with you." Because like, I don't even need this. You know what? You're right. You don't need it. Don't even worry about it. Right. So it's this weird thing. Like, I still hate it. It still bothers me. But like, this week, it is the last week of May. End of month is next Tuesday. I lost a $20,000 deal yesterday. No, I got stalled on a $20,000 deal. So it might still happen, but we don't know when. And I lost a $15,000 annual deal, but I sold 2 books. Let's be happy about the books.
Right.
The rest will come if I stay on the path and focused.
It's the long game. So, I think people who are in the entrepreneurial space have to play to their strengths.
Yes.
So if your strengths are in operations, I met somebody months ago whose strength was in operations. She was looking for a role. I did not have a role for her, but she was looking for a role. And she was telling me about operations, and her face was lighting up about operations. And I said, either you need to be with a startup that doesn't have good operations, and you just get in there and you just start doing it for them, and they will love you forever and give you equity for the rest of your life. Or you are going to go find a mid-market company, and you will work for them in an office somewhere, and you will have to find things that light you up.
Yep.
But being an entrepreneur, you have to be able, and this goes back to that quiver idea, you have to be able to do all of the things, even the things you don't care about.
Agreed.
Now, you don't have to be able to do them all well, but you have to be able to do all of them and understand that by doing all of them, you are making space in a fundamental way to get better at the one thing you really care about and you are really passionate about. So, I'm passionate about leadership, but it took me like 10 years to figure that out.
Yeah.
Going through the door of conflict to get to the door of leadership. On the course of that 10 years, it also took me a while to figure out that I really like making content. I like having conversations with people that matter. I like writing books. I like writing blog posts that no one reads. I don't care. I like, really, I don't care. Like, read it or don't read it. It doesn't matter to me. It's not for you. Fine. Don't read it. I like writing email newsletters that sometimes people click on and sometimes they don't. You know what I'm not really all that, passionate about? I'm not all that passionate about tracking metrics, but I will do it and it will be a discipline. I'm not all that passionate about managing my accounting, but I will do it. And then I will outsource it to somebody else who does care about it and is passionate about it, which is one of the things that I learned. Took me 5 years to learn that. But yes, outsource it to somebody who cares about it. You have to find somebody who cares about the thing. That's what an entrepreneur does. When you own a business, and this is the fundamental difference, when you own a business, the machine is turning and working. You're not remaking the machine. When you're an entrepreneur, you're constantly tinkering with the machine.
Constantly tinkering
with the machine because you don't know what will work.
Yep.
And when you are a freelancer, you are a contracted employee for somebody else.
Who's trying to figure it out.
Right. And there is nothing wrong with that. Like, again, it goes back to this weird idea of compartmentalization. We have this all compartmentalization in the West. Like, you've got to be this, you've got to be that, you got to be this, you got to be a specialist, right? It's the cult of specialization. And I would much rather, not necessarily be broadly spanned. That's not really it. I would much rather have the ability to flow between those three areas than be locked in rigidly, because when a disaster comes along, the bamboo goes just fine, but the brick building falls over. Miyamoto Musashi knew this. And he lived it right through his life. Back to the book for just a moment. I'm going to read directly from my copy of the book. Again, from Overlook Press, for the Overlook Press, the translation by Victor Harris. This is from the introduction on page 10. He was a boisterous youth, strong-willed and physically large for his age. Whether he was urged to pursue kendo by his uncle or whether his aggressive nature led to it, we do not know. But it is recorded that he slew a man in single combat when he was just 13. The opponent was Arama Kaihi, a samurai of the Shinto Ryu school of martial arts, skilled with sword and spear. The boy threw the man to the ground and beat him about the head with a stick when he tried to rise. Kihai died vomiting blood. Musashi's next contest was when he was 16, when he defeated Tadashima Akiyama. About this time, he left home to embark on the warrior pilgrimage, which saw him victor in scores of contests and which took him to war 6 times, until he finally settled down at the age of 50, having reached the end of his search for reason. There must have been many Ronin traveling the country on similar expeditions, some alone like Musashi and some enjoying sponsorship, though not on the scale of the pilgrimage of the famous swordsman Sukahara Bokuden, who had traveled with a retinue of over 100 men in the previous century. That's amazing. This part of Musashi's life was spent living apart from society while he devoted himself with a ferocious single-mindedness to the search for enlightenment by the way of the sword. Concerned only with perfecting his skill, he lived as men need not live, wandering over Japan soaked by the cold winds of winter, not dressing his hair, nor taking a wife, nor following any profession save his study. It is said he never entered a bathtub lest he was caught unawares without a weapon, and that his appearance was uncouth and wretched. In the battle which resulted in Ieyasu succeeding Hideyoshi as shogun of Japan, Sekigahara Musashi joined the ranks of the Ashikaga army to fight against Ieyasu. He survived the terrible 3 days during which 70,000 people died, and he also survived the hunting down and massacre of the vanquished army. Then it talks about him going up to the capital of Kyoto when he was 21, and he fought several men, including Yoshikoko Seijiro, the head of the family of the Ashikaga house. And he lingered in the capital and continued to basically irk the Yoshiokas. And then the second brother, Den Shichiro, applied to Musashi for a duel. He also killed him. And of course, then he killed the youngest son of Seijiro, Han Shichiro, underneath a pine tree adjacent to rice fields. Musashi waited concealed in the shadows, and just as they were thinking that he had thought better of it, fighting this kid, by the way, not yet in his teens, he suddenly appeared in the midst of them, because the boy came with retinue. He came with a bunch of retainers, and cut the boy down. Then, drawing both swords, he cut a path through them and made his escape. After that frightful episode, Musashi wandered over Japan, becoming a legend in his own time. Next to the notes in the book, by the way, I wrote down, "What are you, Mr. Wayne?" A legend.
I mean, so in my book, I was kind of stunned by a couple of things, right? One of the things that I think is really interesting is how they talk about martial arts, and how he talks specifically about martial arts encompassing a sword specifically, right?
Yeah.
And nowadays, I feel like most people in their view of martial arts is like empty-handed sets, karate, taekwondo, kung fu, and stuff like that. And so I was not affronted. I wasn't irritated or anything. I just thought it was hilarious that to them, martial arts means you are working with a sword, right? And these days, and it goes to a line where he talks about it in here, like you shouldn't favor any one weapon, right? Because if a weapon is doing its job, it is helping you get to your outcome, which is going home,
That's right.
And he also talks about the fact that like martial arts, and my Kung Fu teacher talked about this all the time, is about winning combat, being able to leave that combative moment intact and going home, right? Yep. And so all the time, all my friends are like, "John, we have guns now," and I'm like, "Yeah, cool, I get that for sure." And like, not to have a contest of wills, but unless you're very well practiced, I'm on you before you're getting it out of your holster. Like, sorry, like, and don't come hunt me down about it. I'm not here to do an exhibition about it or anything else like this.
Right. Leave John alone.
like that's not what this is about. But it's about being able to apply the methodology and the thoughts and the frameworks to win, right? So I think a lot of people would hear that story that you just talked about how he's cutting up this kid and about how he's hiding, and like, where's the honor in that? The honor is that he leaves and lives. That's honestly, right? And a friend of mine, his name's Broderick, and he's one of my Kung Fu mentors. And when you fight this guy, it looks like he's asleep. It is the most insane thing on the planet. And he always talks about, I'm going to do just enough to go home. Right. So he has a story in Fort Worth, right? Fairly conservative area. And he's a black guy. And one time he's in an alleyway in downtown Fort Worth, and these two white guys are like, "Hey, bad day to be a black guy." And he goes, "Let's see." Right. And he talks about the story about a guy throwing a punch, and he just kind of tosses him. And then he starts going to town on the other guy. And then he has this moment of realization of like, holy crap, I'm a black guy beating the crap out of two white guys. This is not going to end up well for me.
Yeah, they're gonna call more white guys, and they're all gonna have guns and badges.
All gonna have guns and badges. And he goes, "I gotta go." Right? Like, the honor is in moving through, I think. Right. So like the thing about the book that really stands out to me is like his focus, right? Like, you can't be that succinct about anything unless you have spent a lot of time kind of studying it,
Well, and it dovetails back, and this is part of the reason why I read this, it dovetails back to this idea that, and you just said the word focus, it's this idea that ruthless, as Tim Grover would say, relentless focus on something at the expense of everything else. Your hair, your dress, the weather, following anything else, not taking a wife. And by the way, there's rumors he may have been a homosexual. There's rumors that. Oh yeah. Again, you can go on the internet, you find anything. Anything. And again, I don't know if any of these rumors are true. The guy was alive 700 years ago. Who the heck knows, right? Doesn't matter now. He's a legend now. Like, the man who shot Liberty Valance, right? You know, when the facts don't meet the legend, you print the freaking legend. That's what you do. Because that's what you print. Because that's what people want to. That's what people want to read.
Yeah.
Tom Brady in football is not. He's the most boring guy at a party. I'm convinced of it.
You
He
have
doesn't
to
care about anything else but football.
I mean, going back to the
Like
Michael
literally
Jordan thing.
cares about nothing. Like maybe he cares about his kids and his wife. I'm sure he cares about other things.
Now,
but like at a party, what's he going to talk to you about? He's going to talk to you about the time that he cut across on 4th down and like threw the pick, or he's going to tell you about the time he threw into a pick 6 and like 8 guys hit him, and you're going to be like, I don't, and you're going to get another canapé and you're going to be bored.
Yep.
And we want to be entertained by the generalist, but we laud the specialist. And we don't,
truth, dude.
Yeah, and we don't seem to really understand. We don't understand the level of sacrifice that goes into being a specialist. We just don't understand it, because it's decisions that we would never make. A radio commentator back in the day said something that has stuck with me for many, many years. He said, or radio personality, he said, the only limitations you have are the ones that you place on yourself.
Agreed. Couldn't agree more. And my next line for that whole thing is the only competition you have are the ones you create.
Right.
You know how many sales coaches there are? Untold. Right.
You know how many leadership development people there are?
I mean, yeah, obviously. Right. And like, and the fail rate in both of our industries is quite high because lots of people don't make it. Right.
They don't make it.
Have you seen The Last Dance? The Jordan documentary?
Yes, I have. Yes. Okay. Yes, I did watch it. Yep.
I'm a Jordan fan. I love Jordans. I buy them now in the secondary market because I could never have them whenever I was a kid. So I reward myself whenever I have good months with a new pair of Jordans, right?
Nice.
I'm wearing a shirt with shoes on it right now. And I was a kid whenever that all happened. You know, we're very close to the same age. Yeah. And watching that now with everything that I've done, it's just, I can't be that. Right. Because like, I'm just seeing everything he gives up to be at that level. Right. And like when he's talking about the trash talk that he does to get people back on their heels. Right. And I have a special love of trash talking as a poker player. Right. Mm-hmm. I like it. But on the other hand of it, I also have this kind of like honorable idea about competition of like, I want to beat you at your best. So that way it's just acknowledged that I'm better than you, right?
Well, and I have Jordan's haircut, so I mean, there you go. I have a special affinity for the man. We're same barber, different cities. You know. Well, no, I mean, he's the bald hero for all black men. I mean, that's the bald hero. Forget it. Like for another 2 generations, it just is going. I mean, yeah, Kobe, okay, but Kobe was like.
Yeah, it was different because
different. Like he was in the wake of Jordan. He had to come in after all of that. And just like LeBron, like had to come in the wake of all of that. Okay. Mm-hmm. No, Jordan's mic. Actually, I have the picture on I don't have it up on my wall now in my office, but I did when I had a bigger office space. Of Jordan doing the last shot at the Utah Jazz, and just the look on those people's faces as he put the knife in them, you know, and he just didn't care. He just I'm here to put the knife in you. And you talk about empathy, balance. Dave Goggins, the Navy SEAL, who's also a marathon runner, former Navy SEAL, who's also a marathon runner and endurance guy. Yep. He talks about this too. A lot of people like balance. That's important to a lot of people. He's exactly correct. A lot of people love balance. And I think Jordan would agree with this. But if you want to be the person that everybody absolutely hates because you're so good, you can't be balanced.
You can't have balance.
You cannot have balance. And that is the most honest analysis of exactly what Jordan was demonstrating, not only through his entire career, but also, I mean, he even mentioned this in The Last Dance. He's like, you know, I don't have to do this. And I love that. You're right. You are exactly correct. You do not have to do this.
But he's not willing to risk it.
Right. Exactly.
Like, when I coach people sometimes, and I sell over Zoom. I'm a big believer in selling over Zoom, and because it's the greatest of all the worlds, in my opinion. And people are like, well, John, I don't want to be on Zoom. I don't want to turn on my video camera. Okay, great. Are you okay with lesser outcomes? Like, do you want to work harder, or are you willing to get a little bit uncomfortable so that way it's a little bit easier? Like, do you want to deal with less, right? And coming from a poker background, everything was about expected value. Do you have an edge? Because if you don't have an edge, go home. You can't beat a rigged game. You can't beat a game. Like, you're not going to beat Michael Jordan in a game. Like, and if you go to the game on Tuesday afternoon, whenever all the other pros are playing the Tuesday afternoon game because they're not in jobs, because this is what they do all the time, why are you expecting to win if you're not putting in the effort and the hours, right?
You're the sucker at the table.
You are the sucker. Yeah. If you don't know the fish, it's you, kind of thing, right? And then what's fascinating to me is I just watched the Kanye documentary as well. And dude, it's the same thing. It's the trade-offs you make so that way you can be great, right? And when I was doing Kung Fu, I was there minimum of 15 hours a week. Monday nights, Wednesday nights, Friday nights, Saturday mornings. And if I was like gearing up for a test, like it was 6 weeks of 7 days a week to get ready for my instructorship test, because I was not willing to deal with a lesser outcome. Did everyone know that I was ready? Like, would it have been okay if I hadn't been at the pinnacle of my skill that I was? Sure. Would it have been okay for me? No. Right. And when I think about these very driven people, like I love Kanye as an artist. I think he's got some issues and he's made some bad decisions, but like, he's got this line in a song and he's like, you can't match my hustle. Right. And I'm watching this 3-part documentary and I'm like, you're right. I can't match that. I don't have any desire to match that hustle. Well,
you can, but you know what? No one's going to write a rap song about you.
I wish they would.
I know.
If we could fix that, like I don't want to do the Tiger King thing but like, I love rap. Like, it's one of my favorite things, but like at this point, like there's no way I can make a rap album ever, because A, it would just be terrible. But B, I don't want to be in any way, shape or form that person who's like, well, I've done this, so therefore I can go do this, and it's all going to be okay. That's not how the world works.
I have transitional skills into this other space. No, sir. No, actually, you don't.
No, sir. The fact that you can project management effectively in a business situation doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be a creative force for music.
That's right. No, it's... And before Kanye, Jay-Z, I'm a Jay-Z guy. I was a Jay-Z guy way back.
I like Jay-Z. I'm a fan.
I think he got fat and old and has gotten a bit a little bit lazy. I think Kingdom, whatever that other thing was terrible.
I mean, wouldn't you be if you were married to Beyonce? Like, that guy never has to do a rap song ever again.
Okay, but you know what? Dude, come on.
I like Jay-Z as a rapper. I think
we got to keep up standards here, sir.
This is going to be weird. You might hate me after
it's
this.
Okay. I
don't think he's capable of performing at the standard anymore.
Oh, we all know that. Trust me.
Okay.
All of us here who are, please give me your break. Yeah, we all know. Well, no.
It's harder to be
Black Album was his the Black Album was his apotheosis. I mean, that's it. Yeah, the Black Album was his apotheosis. I mean, that's it. That's where everything came from. That's what launched him into everything else. And he's been on a long downhill slide ever since. Yeah. And no, we all know. Oh God, we all know. Look, probably the rap artist who I would say has had the most staying power.
Ooh, this is going to be a good conversation. This has nothing to do with the Book of the Five Rings, but I'm here for this chat.
Nothing to do with this book. Is of course Nas. Because Nas will just show up any day, 12 days out of the week, and will just show up. And he's been consistent over the course of time. I will give Nas that.
I think Nas is very consistent. I don't like him as an MC. I've never been able to get that vibe ever. No. Like, huge appreciation, not my scene.
I admire his consistency. And there's something, by the way, there's something to be said for the guy who is consistent and shows up for 20 years. That we need that guy.
I mean, I saw something the other day where the game wants to do a versus with Eminem, and I'm like, man, Eminem doesn't even have to show up. You're right. You're not even close to the same level. The first 3 hits are going to outpace the game's entire catalog. Let's just be honest about it. And talk about
Well,
staying power. Like,
well,
Eminem
and
has
it's
been there
because
for a while.
it's because Eminem still, you're still a white man playing a black man's game. I mean,
Yeah,
congratulations, welcome to being a black man in a white man's world. I mean, congratulations, welcome to it.
yeah.
But I mean, that's going to be the dynamic, and people are going to think that they can take him
But
until
here's the thing, though. If
they
we're being
can't.
really honest, right? I can appreciate your statement, but let's also acknowledge all the other like white folks that have tried to rap and it might have been a flash in the pan or might have an album or something else like this,
Yeah.
but
Oh
they
yeah.
don't have 20
No.
like my name is was what like 99, 98. I think I was a
Something like
senior in
that.
high school. Like,
Yeah.
man, like, and that dude has a catalog. It's not just
Oh
like those
yeah.
like three songs and then
Oh
like
yeah. No. Look, the
crazy.
reason. Let me back you up. The reason why Dre got him and pulled him out of obscurity, and Dre has said this. I wanted to get a white guy who was solid to shut up all of my inwards, and I'm not going to say the word, but all my inwards over there that were yelling at me about how I couldn't find a white guy. He did it out of spite, which is interesting because Dre has a line in his last best album, which was now 21 years ago,
Yeah.
where he says he's got all of his albums hanging up in the back of his house like trophies. Who taught you to smoke trees? you
Yeah.
know? And so at the end of the day, you're either consistent like Nas, or you're an amazing one-off like Wu-Tang Clan. I mean, they were an amazing one-off and then they were done. Really,
Oh
they were done. The
man.
Wu-Tang, they were done. And
Can
I
we
loved the
hold
Wu-Tang.
on? Hold on. I got to
Yeah.
back you up a little bit
Go
there,
ahead. Go
right?
ahead.
Like Wu Tang, like, so first of all, have you seen the series, the show?
No, I have not seen the show.
Okay,
No, I've not seen the show.
it's a good show. It's a little too over dramatic, dramatized or whatever. But here's what they did: they were seeing the ability of a group to come together and pull more as opposed to doing these like solo artists. So what they did was they signed as a group, and then every one of those individuals got individual record labels and
Uh-huh.
albums out from
Yep.
underneath of that thing, right? So
Yep.
like is Wu Tang this kind of like weird thing, and like there's the canon of Wu Tang, and then like lots of people drop off, and like Wu Tang Forever is not that great of an album in my opinion, and like the group is way
Oh,
too
it's
big.
not.
But like,
And Enter the Wu-Tang was there. I mean, forget it. Like,
but
that's it.
man, talk about finding a way to crack the nugget, like as opposed to beating your head against the wall and just putting out tons and tons and tons. Like talk about the Ludacris thing. Like Ludacris was selling
Oh,
tapes out the
yeah.
back of his trunk for years and years and years and years and years before anybody ever heard him on the radio.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
So, and to the point that I think you're going to make, like it's all okay, right? Like
Yeah.
there's a glory to making it through, right? And I talk about this with entrepreneurship. It's not always sexy. Like you're going to have those terrifying moments. Like
Oh, yeah.
you're going to like I've had those moments of like this is sewn up, this is going to be great, or like deals with equity involved that never actually get to that equity position and everything else like this. And it's like, you know, it's not always beautiful, it's not always sexy, it's not always a thing you want to go brag about, but like it will be braggable eventually because you make it through, right?
Well, and that's the thing you have to. That's the thing you have to convince other people of, and that's what I found. Like,
Well, the young, I would say.
yeah. But you know what? I mean, there's a myth that if you go take a 40-hour-a-week job, and it's the myth of the 20th century.
It is, yeah.
You know, you go take this 40-hour-a-week job, and you work a 40-hour-a-week job every week,
Safe.
right? For 50 weeks out of the year, and you do that for 35 years. Now that's your body of work. That's the thing you did. That's worthwhile to celebrate and to clap and to support. And you were consistent at that. And you fed your family. And you did those things. And now that all that's fallen apart, the challenge is that, and this is why we're doing the podcast, and this is why we're talking about this in such a way for like the last, now we're going on 2.5 hours now, which is great. But like the challenge of that is all of that mental infrastructure is still hanging around, even while all of the assumptions that supported that mental infrastructure are basically gone.
Yeah.
And the gap between the mental infrastructure in our heads about what should be versus the assumptions we make about what is, going back to the whole David Hume idea of you can't get an is from an ought or an ought from an is, or whichever the hell one it was.
Mm-hmm.
That gap is where the chaos is right now. That gap is where the chaos is, because we haven't figured out a way geopolitically at a nation state level, going all the way down to our families, we haven't figured out a way to close that gap. Now, if you're politically minded, you're going to go, well, we need to return to XYZ thing. Okay. And if you're politically minded on the other side, you might say, well, no, we need more freedom and openness in ABC thing. But those are both neither of those are the answer to the question. If you're more spiritually minded, which I think people who are a little bit more spiritually minded, I'm purpose not saying religiously minded, people who are more spiritually minded get the concept that this is not actually a material problem. This is a problem at a deeper level where it needs to be sewn together, because that's where the gap is. And you can frame it in terms of philosophy, but eventually you're going to wind up using religious language. And you can frame it in terms of psychology, but eventually you're going to wind up using religious language, because you're trying to sew the assumption plus the expectation that's still in your head together. And those are the two things that have to match. And it's in every field. I mean, we've talked about sales, we talked about leadership development, we've talked about martial arts, we were talking about rap music. Any place in 2022, 2023, 2024, whenever the year is of the sound that you're in my voice, until or where you're within the sound of my voice, any year where you are experiencing this gap, it is a gap between the thing that's in your head and the assumptions that are out in the world. And you've got to figure out a way to sew that gap together. And that is a challenge,
dude. Yes.
That Musashi offers us the option
to
be able to solve in the Wind book, which you'll turn to in just a moment. But there are ways to solve it. But it does require you to read. It does require you to look at source documents. It does require you to think deeply. And then, of course, it requires you to make some decisions and then act on those decisions in a repeated fashion consistently over the course of time.
Yeah, man. I think one of the, especially in sales leadership, right? Like, I can't speak to all the lanes of leadership, but what happens in sales leadership is when you stop being the person who is doing the action, you tend to forget that it doesn't always go the way that you want it to.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I've done projects where the CEO, well, John, I used to be in sales. Oh, okay, great. What'd you sell? Cutco knives or Kirby vacuums or the textbooks for school, or, like some kind of very canvas manual thing. And it's like, that's rad. Very cool. Very cool. But it was like 35 years ago. It was 20 years ago. It was 15 years ago. Right. And so then they'll say things. I was working on a project last year. And the CEO goes, hey guys, I think we just need a break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a 6-day holiday. We're going to take Thursday, Friday off. Saturday, Sunday is always off. And then Monday, Tuesday off. And everyone else is excited, but I'm the sales leader in this organization, right? And by the way, this is Tuesday afternoon that we're getting this news. Okay. So everyone else is super excited. Oh yeah, this is great, boss. I'm like doing all that stuff. And I'm just kind of quiet. And he's like, so what do you think about, John? And I was like, well, I think it's great that you're thoughtful about it. I think that's very important. I can't go tell the sales team to go cancel their meetings though, unless you're going to give us some quota relief. Are you going to give us some quota relief? Well, no, John, we got to hit the forecast. Okay, great. I can't tell these guys to go cancel their meetings.
Right.
Because we then run the risk of not being able to get the meetings again. And
Correct.
We're close to the end of the month and you're going to hold us accountable to this thing. So like these little vacations that sometimes kind of come up are not holidays for salespeople, right? Because it's a project management. Like sales is a process, right? And so leaders are always like, well, you can just like move those meetings. That's going to be okay. Is it going to be okay if I lose this deal? Right. Well, no, that's not going to be okay. Okay, great. So it's not really okay then. Right. And so there's this kind of disconnect because they're the leader. So everyone shows up to their meetings.
Yep.
And they think that that's how the world works. And that's not how the world works because people are busy and everybody wants everybody's attention.
Yep.
And if you I take calls on pipelines without anything attached to me. Right. And I do that to make sure that I don't lose that pulse of what it's like to sell without the authority of being an authority in the space.
Yeah.
Right. Because now that I've got the book and the podcast, I've been doing this for a while and everything else like this, like if I get a lead, it's going to go okay. But whenever I hop into a pipeline for like a client to go take some calls because I want to like polish up my skill and stuff, and I'm Pete or I'm Mike or I'm Bill and I'm not John Small Mountain,
Right.
can I still get it done?
Yeah.
And that to me is the real work that lots of leaders forget to do, right? If you're like an ops leader, go through your systems and processes. What's missing? Don't just take it for granted that everything is perfect, because then when it's not, you're going to be pissed, right? Which kind of goes to that whole like e-myth kind of thing, right? Like you have an expectation in your head, even if you don't know it well enough to be able to communicate it to someone, because the knowledge transfer is always less than perfect, but you're going to be pissed if they don't hit the standard that you can't even communicate to them.
Correct. And then whose fault is that going to be? Yours.
Yours.
It's actually going to be your
good.
fault.
Hashtag good. Right?
Hashtag good. That's right.
Yeah. Because then you can fix it. Right.
That's right.
If you can't put hands on it, if you can't fix it, if you can't find your fault in it, there's nothing you can do to fix the problem. Mm-hmm. That's it. Like, and that to me is ownership, accountability. That's leadership or anything else like this. Like if it's never your fault, you're a terrible leader.
Yep.
Like I don't care. Like I talk about this all the time. You can make the greatest cake in the world, but if you're running the team, it's your ability to get them to make the cake at the same level as your cake that is what matters.
I've been teaching on this for many, many years, and we put a whole chapter in the book called "Leaders Avoid the Blame Credit Trap." It's a blame credit trap.
Interesting.
And the blame credit trap is this trap. We were talking about rejection, right? Okay. Leaders don't seek to avoid blame. As a matter of fact, they welcome it. I welcome being blamed for the problem. On the other hand, on the other side of the coin, leaders also do not seek to get a pat on the back, get a thank you. They don't need that either. They need neither a thank you, nor do they need to avoid blame. Instead, leaders figure out their own drivers, whatever those are, that are outside of blame or credit. And they pursue those ruthlessly. Mm-hmm. Not at the expense of the team, but because blame and credit, those are two traps on either side of the road that you should be guiding the team through, of obstacles towards ownership, accountability, towards all these things.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
And if you're going to fall into the ditch of blame or the ditch of credit, you're going to wind up being an ego-driven leader. Now, we don't use the word ego in the chapter, but that's what we mean. You're going to wind up being an ego-driven leader that's seeking all ways to avoid blame and shove it on your superior, shove it on your subordinates. Or you are going to be a leader who sucks up all the air in the room as you take credit for every freaking thing and is not moving on to the next mountain, because that's where the team needs to go, is the next mountain. You don't. And I guess this idea comes directly out of my personal posture towards things. Like, I have a really hard time accepting accolades. I do. Personally, I really do.
I'm terrible at marketing my business because I know my business is me, and I don't like to talk about like it. Somebody was like, why don't you talk about the deals you win? I'm the sales coach.
Right.
Isn't it grimy if I'm over here being like, hey guys, I closed the deal today. I closed the deal today.
Endless self-promotion.
Yeah. Like let's act like we've been here before.
Like, right? Almost Forex trading people on like freaking Instagram.
Oh, God. Hey bro, were you in the markets? No, man, not, and definitely not with you.
And you need to put a shirt on, and I don't know what that woman's doing behind you, but
the lifestyle marketing. God, it's terrible.
God, it's horrible. So like you leaders have to decide what they're driven by, and they have to be really, go back to this idea of clarity. Are you actually driven by blame? If you're driven by avoiding blame as a leader, you need to find out why. What is the thing that is driving you there? Because that's the.
I don't think you can be a leader if you're endlessly scared. And I don't even think that blame is the right word, right? Because like, I don't think that those people would even have the bandwidth to realize that they're like witch hunting, and like gaslighting other people. I just like.
Well, I think it's the rawest word you can use. I think it's the rawest, most accurate language you can use. That's why we used it. Like, that's because, again, it's like the word tribe. You need to use the right word for the right thing, you know. And that's the thing. You're trying to avoid being blamed for a problem, and so you're shoving it off on your subordinates, and it's because you're a coward. Yeah. And you haven't faced up to yourself. Oh, well, you can't call me a coward. I have XYZ position. You don't know me. You don't know my pain. You're exactly right. And I don't have to.
Yeah.
You're correct. I don't know you, and I don't know your pain, and I don't have to. That's not a prerequisite for me giving you this critique that you need to
Improve. Yeah.
improve and stop avoiding blame or handing out blame. And on the flip side, also, stop pursuing endless pats on the back for things you didn't do.
Yeah.
That the team did. Give away the credit. Don't even let the taste of your own name fall out your mouth. And be on to the next mountaintop.
Yeah.
Be on to the next mountaintop. Just be on to the next mountaintop. Because maybe it's the posture of me being, somebody described me one time as a visionary, and I don't know about all that. I will definitely say that I have big ideas for sure. And maybe there are, not maybe, I know that there are people where when you talk in those kinds of contexts, people get real frightened and real scared because that feels like a lot of weight.
Yeah.
But this is the weight of leadership. This is the game of leadership. And if you don't want to play the game, please don't be a leader. Just please don't be a leader. Don't be a leader in sales. Don't be a leader. Right. Don't be a leader in your community. Hell, don't be a leader in your family. If you don't want to play the game, don't be that thing. But if you decide not to be that thing, when you were the person that could do it, there's consequences for that too. You don't get to walk away without there being consequences from any decision that you make. Yeah. So, and know the strategy so that you can actually be effective. Understand the way.
It takes a little bit of ego, like just being. I used to wait tables, and I worked in a chef-led restaurant, right? Mm-hmm. And chefs oftentimes are very proud of the food that they are. Has their name on the menu, right? So let's just call all that into action. It's their menu, it's their ideas, it's their food. They should be passionate about it, right? Mm-hmm. To go back to the Kanye thing, if you're meant to leave an impact and you're not talking as loudly about yourself as like other people are, how are you going to leave an impact?
Right.
Right. And I hated this chef that I worked under because I just thought he was just a complete, all the stuff. Right. And then later on, I was working in a retail environment doing cell phones, and we got this new manager, and he'd been a chef. And I was like, oh man, it's better over here, huh? Like chefs suck. And he was like, yeah, chefs suck, but they have to. I was like, what does that mean? And he's like, dude, that is your food on everybody's plate. And if it's a chef-led restaurant, it is like, you're taking the brunt of it. People are leaving with lasting impressions about like your food. And if a server, and if a server doesn't want to wipe the lip of a plate on their way out of the expo window, right, to like make sure that the plate is clean and stuff, a chef should be pissed. And I think about that all the time, right? Because I don't think everyone should be a leader. I think that this like chasing leadership that lots of people do leads them down these paths that aren't super helpful to them. But our podcast actually started because we were at a sales summit, and the woman who is the S on the show, her name is Nanette, and she was struggling with a prospect. And so we're all just sitting there drinking, not going to the sessions, which is what salespeople do at sales conferences, in case you didn't know. Right? We all fly in a day early so we can all get our drinks in. And she goes, "Can I ask you two, me and the other guy on the show who she doesn't work with, about a sales situation?" We're like, "Yeah, sure," right? Because she works with the I personality on the show, right? Yeah. Like that's her boss, and she's stuck because he just passed the baton. Hey, you know what? I know you want my help, and this is his best friend, right? I know you want to talk about this. I'm going to let my staff help you. Okay. And so she's stuck, and like she can't get the time of the day from this guy and everything else like this, and it's just dead end, right? And so I was like, cool. Do you just want me to listen, or do you want some help? And she's like, well, I would love some help. And I was like, okay, great. First help. And I turned to the guy who is her boss. I'm like, this is on you. And he's like, what? And starts to get offended and everything else like this. And I was like, look, you're talking to one of your best friends. Why would they want to just deal with your staff? Like, take a second, acknowledge that you're trying to do this person a solid and someone on your team a solid, and talk that person up. So that way it's a situation they're looking forward to, right? Hey, let me let you talk to Nanette, because she's the expert when it comes to this stuff. Like I'm all over the place. I'm not the right person to talk to. She's gonna be able to take care of you. Can I get you two connected? Versus I'm gonna let my staff help you out with that. They'll be in touch.
Yeah.
And it was just Part of it was his nature. Part of it is that's how that business works in the medical, like you have these staffs and stuff like that, and people do it and stuff like that. But like still, like appreciate the situation, appreciate the fact that you're trying to pass someone to this person and they have a relationship with you. Why would they deal with someone else if you don't talk them up into a place of like authority and competence and confidence? They're not going to. They're going to come back to you. Promise. And this happens all the time in sales when there's like a bad onboarding period or like a bad pass off to like customer success or something like this. The prospect feels like they've been sold because the immediate interaction past the salesperson is terrible.
Yeah.
Right. It's not the salesperson's fault. In most of those situations, it's bad onboarding or bad product owners or bad market, all the other stuff that goes in there.
Yeah.
But if you don't lean into the baton passes and do them well, then the other thing that happens, right, is they go back to the salesperson. Why can't I get any help over here? And then you have a salesperson who's supposed to be out prospecting, qualifying, and closing deals, trying to do account management. And if your system isn't built up that way, it's a nightmare for everybody involved.
Yep.
So.
Yep. By the way, a great show with chefs is Chef's Table.
So good. So good. And it's beautiful.
The photography. As a visual artist, I'm blown away by the photography. Oh my God. But then as an entrepreneur, I'm blown away by the stories.
Oh yeah.
And the things that are going on inside of those chefs are exactly the same things that are going on inside of me and inside of you and anybody else that that's running their own thing.
Agreed.
And I discovered years ago that any artist, it doesn't matter whether you're in music or food, or whether you're building a house and you're an architect, or you're to go back to my welders, you're a welder, because welders are artists too. If you are at the height of your craft, you're going to be a knucklehead for sure. But you have to be, because there is a standard you have to preserve. And the battle between, and I've had this struggle myself as a leader, the battle between where, and it's a matter of where do I emphasize being a knucklehead and where do I emphasize not being a knucklehead is a thing that goes on inside of the leader. So we just got our third book out. And I went back through a proof of the book, and we got a late proof because supply chain screwed up. Whatever, doesn't matter. Point is, got a late proof. We'd already hit publish on the book because the book needs to be out there. Okay. Mm-hmm. Got a late proof. Was going through the book, and I'm like, oh, no, that's wrong. This is garbage. This is garbage. Who the hell let this out the door? Oh, yeah, that's right. So,
me.
It's my fault. Right. So fixed it, right? Sent it back to the person who does the graphic design, contacted that person. They were down for 2 weeks with a flu or whatever. I was like, cool. I can't yell at her. It wasn't her fault.
It wasn't her fault.
It's my fault. Yeah. I'm the one. And, actually just got another author's proof in today. Going back through it again, right? Where is the quality? Where is that hit going to be at? Where is the thing you're going to fight for versus the thing you're going to just sort of not let go? That's not even really it. Versus the thing you're not going to fight as much on. And if the wiping of the plate and the presentation of the food is the place where you're going to fight, for sure, fight that fight.
Yeah, just be consistent.
Right. That's the thing. And that's what drives followers crazy about leaders. If I have no clue where you're going to be at, then now I have to predict you and manage you, not lead you, manage you, and manage my emotions to you. And it's this inconsistency that drives people crazy. I wrote a blog post years ago where I said mediocre leadership is much worse than bad leadership or good leadership.
Oh, man, agree.
Good leadership is great.
Couldn't agree more.
Good leadership is great.
Bad inconsistency is a nightmare.
Bad leadership at least is consistently bad. At least he's consistently terrible, or she's consistently terrible. Thank God, making wrong decisions all the freaking time. Great, fine. But mediocre, where it's lukewarm, and I'm going to quote from an old book, I will spit you out of my mouth. Like, who likes lukewarm coffee? Who likes lukewarm tea? Who likes lukewarm anything? No one. Well, you either got to run hot or you got to run cold. What are you doing? Man,
that's such a marketing nugget as well. Right. And it gets lost in the shuffle. But like, if your content doesn't, and this is not like an invitation to go out and just be the most polarizing idiot on the planet.
No,
I'm not a Jordan Peterson fan because I think he's just chasing polarization because it leads to fame. Right. Like, I don't think he's a good example of a stoic or, anything else that he gets lumped into. But Levi, the guy who commented on the thing and was asking the question about all the methodologies that you referenced earlier, he was working on a sales organization, right? And he was getting language and scripts and messaging from the owner of the company, right? Hey, this is what works for me. And then his team leader was like, oh, that's all garbage. You can't do that. Here's my stuff. Use my stuff. Right. And he's confused.
Right.
What do I do? Right. Am I going to be held accountable? Am I going to get yelled at? Like what? And there's a great old line. You can't have your foot in two boats and get anywhere. Right. You get the man who chases two rabbits catches none. Right. The Russian proverb. Right. Like you can't follow two masters, the Kung Fu proverb. Like this has been reinterpreted so many ways. Like consistency and clarity in the message is what allows people to like do their jobs well. Right. Correct. And I talk about this with people all the time because they're like, John, can you find me a commission only salesperson? I would love to find you a commission only salesperson if you have a sales culture that is going to warrant commission only, which means you're really empowering people to have the freedom of they own this business. So that way they get the residuals, because that's what makes people stay for commission only, right? Yep. If you start every month at zero forever as a commission only person, you don't stay in commission only, right? It works in financial services because you get renewals. It is your book of business. It works in insurance because it's your book of business. It works in those situations because you own the business, right? And when you try to take that kind of mindset into like a day-to-day, I need you here, I need you doing these things, I need you doing the chasing and the following up and stuff, it doesn't work. And these people are just like, this is my biggest soapbox. Why can't I find people who can figure it out? I hear this from people constantly. It's like, okay, who's giving them the instructions?
Right. Yeah. Who set the table?
Yeah.
Who set the table?
Yeah. Because, it's such a sales specifically is like such like a weird thing. Like you look at like funded tech, you look at like these big, huge, giant tech companies, and they have sales kind of blueprinted, right? They've got a very formulaic system. Everything is attached to each other. You've got great data all the way through. And then like the first step outside of that very small circle is a big, big, big jump, right? You're falling into the pits of despair, right?
Right.
Because then it's like, well, I hope you have a network or show up. Let's make something happen, and stuff like this. This is not sales coaching. This is not sales training. This is like setting yourself up for failure.
Well, and it's, I'm going to paraphrase from the boys at base camp. VC is a hell of a drug.
VC is a hell of a drug. Yeah, for sure, man. Like there's a guy who I follow. His name's Scott Leese, and he's like a 5-time sales leader. He's done some really cool stuff in the world of sales. And he was on this podcast, and he goes, if you find me the leader in a VC backed environment who doesn't move the goal lines on sales, I will bake you a cake. And it's true. It's absolutely true.
Well, it's because they're operating in
I'm getting them spooled up, everybody.
Venture capital dollars warp everything they touch. They fundamentally have to, from operations to marketing to sales. Anytime you take money from an external individual in a VC context, not an institutional investor, that's a different thing. An individual in a venture-backed firm is coming there with $500 million they want to give you. Okay, whatever. There's two fundamental truths you have to remember if you're going to get into that kind of deal. One, they want their money back, and two, with interest.
Oh, yeah.
They don't care about you. They do not care about your product. They do not care about your company. They do not care about your passions. They do not care about your operations. They do not care about your sales. They only care about one thing: growth to get to 10x over my investment plus 12% interest, or 20% or 30% or whatever the interest basis points are now, and the equity that I have to sit on this board and be up your behind and tell you what to do. That's it. That's all you need to know. If you want to make that deal with people, go ahead, go chase VC all day. If you don't, no, really, go polish your pitch deck like a turd and go chase VC all day.
I mean,
but if you don't want to do that, if you have zero interest in that, then learn sales. Done.
Agreed. Like,
Then learn sales. That's your only other option. Otherwise, don't do a business. Go work at AT&T.
yep.
Or go work at Google. Or go work at John Deere. Or go work at whatever mid-major company in the supply chain supports those businesses. Go work there. And you have a ton of people who are in entrepreneurship right now because of the last, like 20 years, no, more than that, 30 years now of us overemphasizing an entrepreneurial culture who believe fundamentally that they're owed business.
Oh God. Yeah.
And you're not owed, you're not.
When
One of the
see
first things I
people-
had to learn was you don't count the money before it's in the bank.
Yeah. Like my coach, I was first real sales job. It was at T-Mobile and I was working in a mall location and I walked in and this guy, like I'm still good friends with this guy. His name's John Lopez. And I see him just kind of like looking at this spreadsheet. I'm like, man, what are you looking at? And he goes, chargebacks. And I said, what? Now, during this time, T-Mobile had a 1-year contract on their phones, right? So 12 months. Okay.
Yep.
If they canceled in the 13th month, you got a chargeback.
Yep.
Right? They completed the entire process, the entire year. But if they don't renew in that 13th month, you get a chargeback. And this is the most insane thing if that's the standard, make it a 13-month contract.
Right.
Like that's insane, you know?
That's
And so I'm like, oh, okay. Like how many of these do you have? And he was like, this month, 15. And I'm like, what? Right. So he was already starting each month in a deficit.
Yep.
Right. Which is just kind of crazy to think about. Yeah. I see so many people do egregious amounts of work to avoid the uncomfortable directness of direct outreach.
Right.
Like, I'm going to start a podcast and it's going to have a funnel and it's going to have 17 steps. And then the 17th step is where I'm going to make the ask if you want something like this.
Right.
Man, if you spend an hour interviewing someone on a show and highlighting their greatness and really doing a great job of listening to them, they will then listen to you on a sales pitch. I promise.
Right.
It's called the rule of reciprocity. And we're all on some level accountable to it. Right.
That's right.
So if you can do a good job, you don't need 17 steps of follow-up. Like I think the standard now is like, you're supposed to follow up 18 times. No, if you can have a really great sales conversation where you can build trust and you can get to clarity about what they really need, you don't have to follow up with people who aren't ready to buy.
No.
Promise. No. Right?
No.
It's the people who want to avoid the uncomfortability of, hey, is this really something you need or not right now?
Right. Like, we make 2 asks of our guest, which you'll get an email when we release this. We make 2 asks of our guest, and that's it. And at first, I mean, in the distribution, I don't know why this is hard. Like that's it. Like that's the whole thing. And if you liked it, okay, good. Do that. If you didn't, well, okay, cool. Like what? Back to the book. Yeah. We've wandered from the book a little bit. It's all right. We've been talking with
Are we still in the introduction?
We still are. Yeah, we're still in the introduction. We're still at the beginning of the book. Yeah, we have the other 80 pages. We're still on page 1. We have not gotten into the rest of the book. By the way, if you were listening, if you've been sticking with us, this is John Hill of Adapted Growth. All right, back to A Book of 5 Rings by Miyamoto Musashi.
The Fire Scroll specifically.
That's right, to the fire. No, we're going to go on the Wind book.
Oh, I thought we jumped to fire. Sorry, I'm excited.
We
about
did,
fire
but then I truncated fire a little bit.
Okay.
Let's talk about the Wind book. Unless you have something you want to say about the Fire book.
Well,
I do want to talk about the Book of the Void before we close.
Sure. Yeah. No. What I really liked about the Fire Scroll was the discussion of rhythm.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's a rhythm to fighting, just like there's a rhythm to conversations. I was talking with a guy earlier today, this guy who had the Bruce Lee thing on the wall that I think you should meet. Mm-hmm. He was a magician and he was talking about the rhythm of magic and sleight of hand and stuff and the flourishes and the stories you tell to kind of draw the attention away from the hands at the moment of the prestige.
Correct.
So that way you can get the trick done. Because if you just show up and you're like, hey, you want to see a magic trick? You know how good you have to be?
Yeah, well, Christopher Nolan told us that in the movie The Prestige.
Exactly.
Exactly how good you have to be.
So this concept of rhythm is fascinating to me, right? Because like in Wing Chun specifically, right? And there's a version of this in jiu-jitsu. Like if you're hammering on an arm, trying to get an arm bar, they're so focused on that, they're probably leaving something else open.
Yep.
Why don't you go look on that as opposed to like continuing to sink your ego into this arm bar that you're never going to land?
You're never going to
like,
land.
Yeah, go get the heel lock. Like, right. Good Lord, like use like you have to be able to pick your head up a little bit and like use the strategy. Like for as bulldogged as he comes off in this book and being very direct, like he still has the strategic ability of being able to, and Jocko talks about this all the time, take one step off of the line.
Right.
You'll see it radically different. Right. Yep. And being in the military, like I've had these moments so where we're all on a firing line. I never deployed. I don't really deserve any kind of like thank you or anything. It's always very uncomfortable around Veterans Day and all this stuff. But like that's absolutely true. Right. Hive mind and everyone working towards the same purpose means that like no one's really being thoughtful about the decisions that are being made a lot of times. Right. Leadership is being able to have all that, understand the rhythm, and like still be able to lead the people to the things that you want to do. Right. Yep. Like, when you hit a certain level in the Army, you become what's called an NCO. It's a non-commissioned officer, right? And it's yep. sergeant, right? And at that point, you're like actually in charge of troops. You're like a manager, right?
Right.
And they send you to a school, and the first thing they teach you in the school is it doesn't matter if you're wrong. You got to make a decision.
Right. Well, and you know what? Honestly, the Marine Corps, I mean, will court-martial you if you don't.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, you know, the Marines' philosophy is, and I don't know what branch you were in, but the Marines' philosophy, and I know this because I have Marines in my family, and I grew up in that environment. You know, Marine philosophy is, if you make a decision and it's a failure, Marines die. If you make a decision and it's a success, Marines die. Either way, Marines are born to die. So just make a decision.
Yep. God, I hate
and
that. I hate that.
Yeah. And it does cut right to the chase of what exactly we're doing here.
And here's the thing. Like, I was in the Army. I was not in the Marine Corps. And I was a reservist, right? So, like, yeah, very much the part-time reservist. And honestly, third day in the Army, I was like, this is not really my scene. I shouldn't really be here. Like,
this isn't my bag.
Yeah. I joined in May of 2001. 9/11 happens to be my birthday. And being in a peacetime Army and then waking up in a wartime Army, they are very different armies, right? And your appreciation of what you're learning drastically changes in those things, right? September 10th, I was just there for college money. Yeah. September 11th, when we're in the room and I'm in a room with guys from New York and Philly and DC and everything else like this, I'm just this kid from Texas.
Right.
Like, I'm 20 years old. It was my birthday. I turned 21 that day. I was going to go drink my first beer as an adult.
Yep.
Right. And I walk in and my drill sergeant, like, I'm just happy. I'm just smiling. Right. Cause I was going to get Liberty that week. It was my first weekend to have Liberty since like joining, you know. My drill sergeant's like, what are you smiling about? Well, it's my birthday. I'm going to go do this thing. Like, I'm going to go out and drink. No, you're not. What do you mean? I'm not in trouble. You guys don't know? Come with me. Right. And they take us all into a room and it's on the TV and, man, different Army.
Yeah.
Drastically different Army.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Here's the thing. With a lot of training and a lot of like mental fortitude, I think I could be a leader in that situation. I have no desire to be a leader in that situation.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that leader at all. It's not my, like, I don't want to say that I don't want stakes that high because, you know, I think that entrepreneur is all about just like managing risk the right way, right? Can you make it through? So it's not like avoiding a responsibility. It's like understanding the lanes that I'm good at.
Yeah.
I don't want that. And that's okay. It has to be.
Back to the book. In strategy, you must know the ways of other schools. So I've written about various other traditions of strategies in the Wind book. Without knowledge of the ways of other schools, it is difficult to understand the essence of Maiichi school. Looking at other schools, we find that some specialize in techniques of strength using extra long swords. Some schools study the way of the short sword, known as kodashi. Some schools teach dexterity in large numbers of sword techniques, teaching attitudes of the sword as the surface and the way as the interior. That none of these are the true way I show clearly in the interior of this book. All the vices and virtues and rights and wrongs, Maiichi school is different. Other schools make accomplishments their means of livelihood, growing flowers and decoratively coloring articles in order to sell them. This is definitely not the way of strategy. Some of the world's strategists are concerned only with sword fencing and limit their training to flourishing the long sword and carriage of the body, but is dexterity alone sufficient to win? This is not the essence of the way. I've recorded the unsatisfactory point of other schools one by one in this book. You must study these matters deeply to appreciate the benefit of my Nito-ichi school. Some other schools have a liking for extra long swords. From the point of view of my strategy, these must be seen as weak schools. Talk about being direct. Yeah. This is because they do not appreciate the principle of cutting the enemy by any means.
Yeah.
Their preference is for the extra long sword, and relying on the virtue of its length, they think to defeat the enemy from a distance. In this world, it is said 1 inch gives the hand advantage, but these are the idle words of one who does not know strategy. By the way, we'd love to get this guy into a room at the Pentagon somewhere. It shows the inferior strategy of a weak spirit, that men should be dependent on the length of their sword, fighting from a distance without the benefit of strategy. I expect there is a case for the school in question liking extra long swords as part of its doctrine, but if we compare this to real life, it is unreasonable. Surely we need not necessarily be defeated if we are using a short sword and have no long sword. It is difficult for these people to cut the enemy when at close quarters because of the length of the long sword. The blade path is so large. The blade path is large, so the longsword is an encumbrance, and they are at a disadvantage compared to the man armed with a short companion sword. From olden times, it has been said, great and small go together, so do not unconditionally dislike extra long swords. What I dislike is the inclination towards the longsword. If we consider large-scale strategy, we can think of large forces in terms of long swords and small forces as short swords. Cannot few me give battle against many? There are many instances of few men overcoming many. Your strategy is of no account if, when called on to fight in a confined space, your heart is inclined to the long sword, or if you are in a house armed only with your companion sword. Besides, some men have not the strength of others. In my doctrine, I dislike preconceived, narrow spirit. You must study this well.
This is maybe, in my opinion, I had to read this section twice, because the first time it felt just like too strong a Kool-Aid kind of thing, you know. And then reading it again the second time, I started to see some of the nuggets in there. And I have this passage highlighted at the top of this thing. And this kind of goes to that question that Levi was asking about on the LinkedIn post. It says, unless you know the ways of other schools, you certainly cannot understand the way of my individual school. Right. And I think there's something to that, because especially in Kung Fu, right? Like Kung Fu is a bunch of very different approaches to fighting under one big umbrella kind of label. Now, I think there's like 300 different kinds of Kung Fu, right? And for Kung Fu to really actually be Kung Fu, there's an element, there's a skill that you are refining over and over and over and over. And that is the thing that makes you a better processor in the altercation, right? So when you look at something like Wing Chun, you're training the panels of the forearms to be so hypersensitive to touch, you don't have to see what's going on. Now, what that means is you need to be fighting in close enough quarters that vision isn't really helping you, right? If you take, I was talking with someone who is like a karate taekwondo person, you know, and they were kind of like, oh yeah, I've trained. And I'm like, cool, like I train as well. And we're just kind of talking about the art and stuff. And and he's like, well, let me see some stuff. And I was like, I don't know if that's like the really great idea, you know, because it was a work thing. Yeah. And then he was just like, no, it'll be okay. So we go out in the back, you know, and he's cool, right? So we're standing and we're, you know, like this far apart, you know, scale is going to be off here, but like, I don't have any tools at that range. He has all of his tools at that range, right? Because legs are longer than arms, right? And so he's like, okay, so what are you going to do at this range? And I'm like, well, probably nothing. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah, because I'm not fighting you at this range. Right. And then I step into the space that my skill set works in, and I said, I'm going to fight you in this range.
In this range, yeah.
And he goes, I'm uncomfortable just having you this close to me. And I'm like, yeah, that's part of it.
That's, yeah.
That is
Yep.
part of it, right? And like the greatness about kung fu and jujitsu and all these martial arts is like you have to see the limitation to be great, in my
Yeah.
opinion, right? Like all these people who were like, well, all fights go to the ground. You've only seen drunken bar fights with people who don't
Yeah.
know what the hell they're doing because
Yeah.
lots of fights never go to the ground,
They don't go. Yeah.
right? And the Gracies say in their book, if you're on the street, don't go to the ground.
Don't
It's
go to
like,
the.
yeah, it's like in the introduction, you know?
If
So,
I'm in a fight, I told this to somebody years ago. I was like, and this was one of my major objections to going into jiu-jitsu in the first place, or just grappling, or what is popularized in UFC.
mhm.
One of my major objections has always been, if I'm in a self-defense situation, I'm not. Like,
Yeah, I don't want to wrestle.
why would I want to get down there with you? Like, it's, to me, that's where the danger lies. If you're in a self-defense situation, because once we're on the ground, knives, the ground, the rocks, the
Yep.
filth, the whatever,
The
and
guy
then you put
standing over here who's just had a bad day and just likes kicking people who are laying on the ground. Like they
right.
don't
I
have
get
that
kicked in
skin
the
in the game.
head. I don't want to.
No.
Like, I don't want to do any of that. And so that for me, that was a 10-year struggle.
Same
Like
here.
I was like,
I came
can't.
home.
I
I
can't
came
do
home.
jujitsu.
I came home from the army, and I was on a bit of a pilgrimage to find some martial arts, right? Because in the army you learn a little bit of jujitsu, like
Yeah.
not a whole lot. And then I came home, and man, I was looking at Taekwondo schools. I went to Aikido schools. I went to Travis Luter's Jiu-Jitsu school, which is here in town.
Mm-hmm.
And all I could remember, I'm 22 years old at this point. I'm in the best shape of my life. I just got home from the army. And all I can remember thinking is, I am 6'4" tall.
Yeah.
Why would I give up all of that? That's a long drop.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
it's a fair amount of drop. I don't think this is the thing.
It's a long
And I
way
was
down
about to
go.
give up. And somebody was like, well, have you called the Kung Fu guy? I was like, wait, there's a Kung Fu guy? Like, oh yeah, he teaches you how to fight with like umbrellas and canes and stuff like this. And I was like, oh, that sounds pretty rad, right?
Mhm.
And I called the wrong school, honestly, right? But I looked up a website. The guy was prior service military and spoke my language at the time, and it was awesome, right? And it got me to here. But reading it the second time, I saw the greatness in these things. Like it's not the wand, it's the wizard. It's not the archer, or it's not the arrow, it's the archer, right? Because like I stopped training Wing Chun as my main art in 2018.
Mhm.
Now I can totally lean into the idea that I'm still very good at Wing Chun.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I as good as I was? It would be absurdity to say yes,
Yeah.
because I'm not doing it 17 hours a week, 20 hours a week, 15 hours a week, right? Skills degrade when they're not being used,
Correct.
right? So reading this a second time, what I liked about it was just don't fixate on the wrong things, right? Like in poker, there's this thing about you can't play this hand well if you're thinking about the last hand you lost.
Yep.
Right. And so that thing you were just talking about a second ago of like, if you're forlornly in a fight and man, I wish this was my sword, like how terrible of a thing is that going to be? It's going to be a nightmare. You're going to lose because you're fixated on something you have no control over and doesn't matter at all.
That's right. That's right.
So funny to me. And, and like, I love how he kind of goes after some very specific things, right? Because those people are talking about it like this is the end all be all of secret sauce kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I've been spooling about this idea of secret sauce since you were talking about it earlier on the show.
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing: everything's a secret to the people who don't know it.
Ooh. Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Right?
No,
Like,
you're right. Yeah.
because here's the thing: you can go watch the Ip Man movies. You can go do that stuff. If we put hands on each other, you're not ready. Like, and that's not being cocky. You know what I'm saying? It's just not. And so that could be easily construed as secret sauce.
Yes. Well, and you know what, the Hollywoodization of the martial arts, which we can firmly lay it at the feet of Bruce Lee.
And Chuck Norris.
Yes, your friend and mine.
Yes.
Yeah, those two guys. And you know what? I mean, look, it's never the founders that are the problem. It's never the original pioneers that are a problem. It's never the people who are doing the new thing in the new space that are the problem. It's not. They're not actually the problem. Bingo. It's the followers. The followers. Harlan Ellison, I'm sure you've seen this rant. where he talks about pay the writer. I'm sure you've seen this. If you haven't, go look
I've
it up
seen
on
this.
YouTube. Oh, it's amazing. He rants basically about being contacted by this movie company to write some like DVD thing, and they're not going to pay him. They want to do it for exposure, and they want him to do it for exposure. And he's like, and you know Harlan Ellison, and he's like, you tell that to somebody else who fell off the turnip truck 10 minutes ago. I sold my soul for cash. So you're going to brace my palm with cash. Otherwise, I'm not doing it. Yep. What are the executives of this movie company? Are they standing out on the corner with alms saying, please pay me, please pay me? Yeah. No, they're charging for the DVD, but you're not. Get the heck out of town. Oh. And it's the Stephen Pressfield idea. Stephen Pressfield, the author of multiple books, he wrote a great book, which I think you would love to read about.
The War on
and
Art?
It does apply to, yep.
I already have it, The Resistance.
Oh my God. When I read that book, I literally sat down at a kid's playground and I went, why didn't I read this book before? Like I finished it in a day.
Like because of the coaching that I've done, I'm like steeped in like awareness and avoidance and things like this, you know, but what that book did was it took it to such an approachable place for me. Right. Because like before I'm using avoidance and, you know, and well, I'm not avoiding it. I just don't want to do it. It's the same thing.
Same thing.
Like, you know how you're like, you know what, I'm going to do my prospecting tomorrow. I'm going to do my outreach tomorrow. And then like, it just doesn't happen because something else always just kind of conveniently gets in the way. Yeah. Why do you think that happens? That's so weird. Because you make time to do the other stuff.
Right. You made time to like go get coffee.
Yeah. And scroll 30 Facebook.
Times. Yeah. And scroll Facebook.
Yeah.
And do whatever you're doing on LinkedIn.
Yes.
You made time for all of that, answering emails that you didn't really need to answer. You made time for all of that, except for doing the thing that you actually needed to do to move your business forward on the particular day.
Yep.
And Pressfield lines it up, and I think that Musashi here lines it up, and it is in this space of, as he says, a preconceived narrow spirit. If you get caught in this is the only way to do something, and that's one level that he's talking about it at, then you're going to fail. Absolutely. You're going to fail with long sword, short sword, doesn't matter what sword you put in your hand, you're done, right?
Yep.
But you talk about Chuck Norris and Bruce Lee and sort of the Hollywoodization of the skills and talents that you spent however many years learning, right? And now another path that we are on, learning talents and skills, going down another path, right? No Ip Man film replaces that level of learning.
Agreed.
And so the preconceived narrow spirit watches the movie or reads the book from a person like a Stephen Pressfield, who just had to go through the crap to be able to write that book.
Yeah.
And goes,
you can't write that book.
You can't write.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Like, that's why I said that book blew me away. I was like, oh my God, like, yes. Okay. Got it. Right. Writing that book, living that book, being that martial arts master, being that sales master, being that leadership development guy, being that teacher, or being that Hollywood actor. People think Hollywood acting is easy. Hollywood acting is not easy. Acting is not easy.
I tell people, they're like, well, John, just like whip us up a script. You know who gets paid lots of money from reading scripts? They're actors. And because it is hard to emote well, and it doesn't take into effect the chaos of that other human that you're having the conversation with.
That's right.
Sorry, it just doesn't.
That's right. Now, I know Plato had a problem with actors, but that's a different thing altogether. I'll just leave that aside for just a second. He didn't want them to be political leaders. I don't disagree with him on that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
He might have had some insight on that. but you have to recognize the path. And so the preconceived narrow spirit, yeah, I dislike this inclination, I dislike that inclination. However, he's not admitting that there isn't anything, the value in there. He's just stating a preference. That's the fine line there.
And to me, I'm having this like epiphany moment as we're talking about this, because this didn't hit me until like we're sitting here talking about it. That narrow spirit sounds very familiar with like victim mentality.
Yes.
Right? Like, oh, I would have won if my sword had been longer. Oh, that guy's sword is a little bit longer than mine, so that's why he won. Own the fact that you're not as good at your skill set as they are at theirs, and that's it. I was coming into the Kung Fu school, and my teacher at the time would make you watch both praying mantis and Wing Chun because they were the two popular arts, and no one wanted to do Tai Chi at the time. And so I'm watching both of these arts, and I'm feeling drawn to Wing Chun. It just makes sense to me, right? But I take a buddy with me on the second day, and he really likes the praying mantis, and we're going to join together. And then he doesn't, and so then it's kind of standard thing. But I asked my teacher, I said, "Hey, real quick, if a fight happens between," and he goes, "the better practitioner is going to win. That's it.
Yeah.
The person who studies their craft harder is the person who's going to win that altercation." And that's true. Like that is just it. And that to me is really the underlying story at kind of the introduction of this thing. Like if your martial arts only works in this ring, and no shade at all to the UFC fighters, they're phenomenal athletes and everything else like that, but it's not the same thing as like your life is in danger, right? You're going to be bodily harmed, you're going to be hurt and everything else like this, but it's a competition that you can opt out of at any time, right?
Yep.
And everyone always likes to talk a whole bunch of trash about the idea that like Wing Chun doesn't work in the octagon. Most of what makes Wing Chun work is stripped away, so that way it makes sense for it to work in the octagon. Small joint manipulation, soft tissue manipulation, and I'm going to elbow you in the throat. I'm not even going to feel bad about it if we get to that thing. I'm going to elbow you in the temple. I'm going to go home because that is what I'm trained for.
Oh, I've had Marines tell me that Wing Chun is horse crap, that all Kung Fu is horse crap, that the punches are not nearly as powerful as any. And I'm like,
they're right.
You don't.
But it's not about the power.
But right, I'm like, but you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And you can't convince them because they're locked into a narrow doctrine. You can't convince them. They're convinced that whatever little combat jiu-jitsu they learned and whatever other things they learned, the 10 minutes of things they learned for grappling, which were designed, quite frankly, let's be real here, to kill people and break things.
Yep.
Immediately as fast as possible and then move on.
Yep.
That somehow that's the narrow spirit. That's the narrow spirit.
My Kung Fu teacher talked about Wing Chun as being the buzzsaw, right? Yeah. And there's beauty when you can appreciate a buzzsaw, right?
Oh,
going back to like the woodworking analogy, right?
Yeah.
But from the outside of it, Wing Chun looks like patty cake. And like everyone is like, well, how is this working? And like, here's the thing. I don't hit as hard as someone who's going to be able to chain together their heel to their hip, to their shoulder, to this action. But I'm going to be able to put probably at a minimum 3 punches in your wind up. Yep. And when your head is kind of like snapping back just repeatedly over and over and over, your punch doesn't have any power either. And I'm willing to take it.
Right.
I'm okay with those things. Please throw the big wind up cowboy punch, because I'm going to hit you probably 3 to 4 times before you even get it to me. And by the time you hit me with it, you don't have any structure under you. So it's not going to hit very hard, which kind of goes back to the thing we're talking about, the romanticization of like martial arts. You're going to get hit.
Oh yeah. Well,
and if you go into the training thinking like this is like a way to avoid getting hit, you're training badly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we've been talking for almost 4 hours. We might want to turn the corner here. I mean, there's been oh my God, great stuff here. And we've been talking for 4 hours.
Yes.
And we need to turn the corner.
Yep. Let's turn the corner.
Let's turn the corner. And let's turn the corner with Musashi. Let him and me have some words here.
Scroll of emptiness.
Yeah. We're going to talk about the void. This is his shortest book, by the way, in a book of 5 rings, and the most difficult to understand. I will even admit I'm not really quite sure I get it. And I don't know how smart I am, but I don't think this is a matter of intellect. I think this is a matter of experience. From the Book of 5 Rings by Miyamoto Musashi. The Ni To Ichi way of strategy is recorded in this, the Book of the Void. What is called the spirit of the void is where there is nothing. It is not included in man's knowledge. Of course, the void is nothingness, but by knowing that things exist, you can know that which does not exist. That is the void. People in this world look at things mistakenly and think that what they do not understand must be the void. This is not the true void. It is bewilderment. In the way of strategy also, those who study as warriors think that whatever they cannot understand in their craft is the void. This is not the true void. To attain the way of strategy as a warrior, you must study fully other martial arts and not deviate even a little from the way of the warrior. With your spirit settled, accumulate practice day by day and hour by hour. Polish the twofold spirit, heart, and mind, and sharpen the twofold gaze, perception, and sight. When your spirit is not in the least clouded, when the clouds of bewilderment clear away, there is the true void. Until you realize the true way, whether in Buddhism or in common sense, you may think that things are correct and in order. However, if we look at things objectively from the viewpoint of laws of the world, we see various doctrines departing from the true way. Know well this spirit, and with forthrightness as the foundation and the true spirit as the way. Enact strategy broadly, correctly, and openly. Then you will come to think of things in a wide sense, and taking the void as the way, you will see the way as void. In the void is virtue, and no evil. Wisdom has existence, principle has existence, the way has existence. Spirit is nothingness.
Is this all in your version?
Yes.
Huh. So I have a different translation.
Ooh.
And
what did your translation say?
Well, I think it's shorter than what you're talking about here. The message is mostly the same. Some of the words are different. As long as they do not know the real way, whether in Buddhism or in worldly matters, everybody may think their path is sure and is a good thing. But from the point of view of the straight way of mind, seen in juxtaposition with overall social standards, they turn away from the true way by personal biases in their minds and their individual warps in their vision.
Wow. Okay. Huh. Yeah, that was not my translation. That's interesting.
So for anybody who's listening, I am reading the Shambhala Library Edition, which is being translated by Thomas Cleary. And it actually includes two books. It has the Book of the Five Rings and the Book of Family Traditions on the Art of War, which is from a samurai who was not on the Ronin path, but was actually like a samurai for one of these daimos at the time. And so it's kind of this juxtaposition about the freelance side of things, right? The Ronin side of it and the company person, it's pretty interesting.
Interesting point about Thomas Cleary. He actually died last year, June 2021.
Did he really?
Yes. We were gonna reach out to him to get him on the podcast to talk about his translation of The Art of War, which we are also currently reading, which will be on the next episode of the podcast. Unfortunately, he passed away in 2021.
Man, that's a bummer.
And he had done many translations from the original Japanese into the Shambhala editions of books, including the I Ching, the Book of Taoism. I think he also translated that, and numerous other translations during the course of his life. As a matter of fact, interestingly enough, the quote from him around after he pursued his PhD, and I believe was East Asian studies or something like that. Anyway, when he pursued his PhD, he decided not to teach because he said he wanted to, and I love this, go and do practical things so that practical people could understand these works in a practical way.
That sounds like Ryan Holiday to me in his approach to like Stoicism.
I think that's brilliant. And so, real tragedy that not only that we're not able to get him on the podcast, but just real tragedy he's not in the world.
Yeah. How old was he?
Well, he was born in 1949. So
okay. So full
late
life.
60s, early 70s. He had a full life.
And here's the thing. A long time ago, I was trying to read philosophy because I've always just kind of felt like this kind of old soul, right? Like I like thinking about things. I spent a lot of time just in thought, overthinking everything, right? And so various periods of my life, I've tried to go find philosophy, right? Like find and build a practice around reading it, taking it, challenging myself, thinking through things. And it wasn't really until I found like Stoicism that I really realized that the translations matter a lot, right? Like, for as much as I like, this whole stuff that we're talking about, I'm not that big of a fan of like Alan Watts, for instance, right? And I know that he gets a lot of love, from people who were, drinking from the same kind of Kool-Aid that we're here talking about, but like, I just find him dry. Like, and here's the thing, that's okay. It has to be okay, right? And like, what the thing that I love that is coming up right here in this thing is like the version that you're reading. If I'd read that, I would have been confused as well. But because I read my version of it, I have a clarity to it. I like I have a different appreciation to it. Right.
Yeah.
And man, that's what it's all about. And like, I don't think that people spend enough time kind of thinking about that when they're in, and there's a version of this that shows up in the news you read, the media you read, right? The vacuum
Absolutely.
that you create around yourself with like all the media that we're invested in and stuff, you know? So not trying to go political or anything, but I do think that there's something to be said about reading translations that are clear to you versus trying to go do the slog.
Yeah.
Right. Because like there's status in it or something else like this. Like I'm not that big of a fan of meditations. Like I appreciate it, what it is. There's elements of that and the origins of it that like really changed how I think about journaling and mindfulness and everything else like that. But it's a slog. Like I don't love it. I'd much rather read Seneca all day. Right. And
yeah,
that's okay. They're talking about the same things. Am I gonna internalize it different? Sure.
Yeah.
Right. When I launched my book, this was one of the most interesting moments I think I've ever experienced. Right. In our Kung Fu school, we always talk about the fact that our Kung Fu ends up being shaped differently. Like my Kung Fu is not the same thing as my teacher's Kung Fu. It's not the same thing as my brothers and sisters who were still training over there and stuff. And you kind of become known for something inside the school if you stay there long enough, right? And you become this kind of pillar for this kind of information, right? And so if you wanted to go learn how to make something hurt as much as possible, you went and talk to this guy named Jim. Because like that's just how we view the world. How can I make this hurt the most, right? And we called him Durable Jim because man, like you could put a hurting on him and he was going to put a hurting on you. And it was just really great training, right?
Yep.
If you really wanted to like understand the structure of things, you went and you talked to my friend Matt, because Matt was the structured guy. If you wanted to make sure your forms were on point, you went and talked to Naomi, right? And so once you get to this level, you become one of these people, right? And so you're pushing your Kung Fu forward, right? And you're hoping that it's in line with like the actual Kung Fu of the school, right? And people don't really know about this, but like the thing that I was really good at was the chi cell thing, right? So if you started to feel like you were ready to test, right? Like above a certain level, the test is mainly around your ability to do high forms of chi cell, right? And so it was like, if you were getting close, my teacher would come tap me, hey, go see if he's ready, right? And so this was like universally known that we had these pockets of greatness and they weren't always the same and stuff like this. And the way that we talked about it was different, right? And it's part of like what makes a teaching family inside of a martial arts school really great, because I can remember starting out teaching, right? And trying to teach people a 400-year-old art that was invented by a nun who's on the run, right? And I'm this big, tall, gigantic white guy 400 years later trying to teach this to other people. And I can only teach it that first rep in the way that made it make sense to me. Right. So once again, you led how you want to be led. You sell how you want to be sold, right?
Yeah.
And so then I would have these moments of being frustrated. Like, why doesn't this person get it? What is going on? You know? And then finally, well, let me go ask somebody else. And then they would come over and they would just explain a little bit differently. Lights on, greatness. Okay, great. And now I have two versions of explaining this technique. Awesome. Okay. So I wrote the book. And I reached out to my friend Matt, and we're kind of talking about, you know, it's been a while since we caught up because I'm not part of school anymore. He works offshore, pandemic, all this stuff. And I was like, yeah, man, I wrote a book. And he was like, oh man, that's cool. And then he goes, your book is just the stuff you learned from your sales coach, right? And I was floored, right? Because I was like, is the Kung Fu that you do just our teacher's Kung Fu? And he was like, no, it's my Kung Fu. And I was like, cool, this is my book. And it was astounding to me that like, it's so normal that we all have our own Kung Fu and we all have our own approach to things. And while we have the same tools, we're going to use those tools differently in the interactions that we come up across. And that's okay. But the idea that like in a business sense, I could learn from something, reinterpret it based upon my own actions and my own implementations of it. And that had value. It was one of the most interesting kind of glaring moments of just kind of what like the limitations of the community. You know, it's fascinating to me. So like I think about that all the time, and I'm not even mad or frustrated about it, right? Because I just think like Man, if we change one label in here and we change this from book to kung fu,
Right.
you would just be happy and ecstatic and proud for me.
Right.
But because it's not that thing, got to be something else.
Got to be something else.
It's weird. So,
well, as we close here, it's time for me to talk a little bit about staying on the path.
Slippery slope.
I did rip off a few people with that line, but that's okay. It's fine. I think the people who originated saying staying on the path actually want more people to say staying on the path. So I don't think they're going to object, because not enough people are staying on the path. Not enough people know where the path even is. A Book of 5 Rings can teach you, if you are willing to learn, how to stay on the path. It can even identify the path for you. But so can things like Kung Fu, or Aikido, or Taekwondo, or Jiu-Jitsu, or Tai Chi. By the way, don't mess with the Tai Chi people. They're vicious. Leave the Tai Chi people alone.
I know some people, man. They'll smash you. They'll smash me. It's nuts.
Respect them. The judo people, boxing. Anybody seen Mike Tyson lately? Leave that man alone.
Yeah. Yep.
Staying on the path can come through these physical forms, but it can also come through carpentry, and it can come through sales, and it can come through leadership development. It can come through entrepreneurship. It can come through teaching. It can come through training. It can come from determining that your kids are going to get on a path. If you want to be great, you're going to have to make a sacrifice. You can't have everything. Maybe work will take that sacrifice. Maybe your family will take that sacrifice, but something will give if you want to be the baddest person in that particular place. If you want to be the baddest mom, or if you want to be the baddest dad, you are going to have to sacrifice something else in order to make that happen. If you want to be the baddest salesperson, you're going to have to sacrifice something to make that happen. If you want to be the baddest swordsman in Japan in a time of Ronin with other bad swordsmen, you're going to have to sacrifice something. And that's one of the big points that we need to take from A Book of 5 Rings. Nothing great comes without sacrifice. Everything comes with a cost. And as was said in the Bible, if you build a tower, who here builds a tower and does not count the cost? You'd be a fool to do so. By the way, that's what Jesus was indicating. He just didn't use that word. Leaders can learn from everything. They just got to get out of the office. Sometimes you got to get away from the internet. You got to get away from the computer. You got to get away from the noodling Excel sheet. You got to go to the mat. You got to go to the road. You got to go to the gym. You got to go to a place where all of the tool sets, all the skill sets that you have built over the course of time in that Excel sheet, or that cold call ability, or that ability to create content don't matter, where they are all an irrelevancy, and you have to pick up other skill sets. Leaders contextualize leadership because even their leadership exists. But it allows them, and getting out of the office and getting away from the things that they know, allows them to put what they know in a different box and thus expand the number of boxes that they have to impact people. Leaders contextualize leadership in different boxes, and they break down the boxes. And I think that this is what Musashi meant with avoid. Breaking down the barriers between the boxes.
Interesting.
I think I'm kind of starting to get it. I'm going to think about that a little bit longer. Leaders also practice ruthlessly to get competence and mastery. They are not peripatetic, they're focused. But they also realize when enough is enough. This is a balance. You cannot always be, closing. Sometimes
True.
you have to be opening, and other times you have to leave it alone. But leaders have to practice so that they know which edge of the sword to hit with, when. And you only find this out through direct communication, direct interaction with the world around you, whether that world is motherhood or fatherhood, whether that world is teaching and training and development, or whether that world is sales or marketing. Finally, leaders ultimately glory in the 10,000 step path. No matter how many different ways you cut it, it will take you a decade or two or three or perhaps your entire lifetime to become quote unquote good, whatever that may mean. And at the end of it, in the clearing, at the end of your path, you won't care what anybody else thinks about whether you were good or not. And quite frankly, you won't even care whether you were good or not. You will just know that you wound up in the clearing at the end of the path.
I think that's the void, personally, right? Like, I can remember the very first time in a B2B sales conversation, and sorry to jump in with this, but I think it's just especially pertinent. And it was the very first time that I had done everything the right way. Like I saw all the traps, right? The pitfalls, the missteps, right? I followed my process beautifully, right? I set expectations well, qualified well. It was amazing. And I got to the end of that call and I hung up, and man, it was if I lose this, it's not by lack of effort and it's not by lack of knowledge. It's because they found a better option, and that has to be okay. Mm-hmm. And it was my first time ever being like, that's okay. Right. And so thinking about, to me, that's about loving the process, loving the suck, like, and not doing it because it's going to look good on a resume, or it's going to look good in a blog, or in a book, or anything else like this. Like, for a long time, my journaling was just like, with something I thought I was supposed to be doing. And then I would have something cool to talk about and stuff like this. And then it became really real for me during the pandemic. And now when I talk about it, it's different. I'm not talking about it to see, oh yeah, I journal, right? Like I'm not floating that out there to see if you have like, oh yeah, I journal too, which is what it was before. It's like, hey, you should journal because it's going to change you.
Right.
And I don't need to talk you into it. Like, that just is what it is. Entrepreneur reached out to me yesterday and he was like, John, I'm stuck. Okay, let's talk about it real quick. He's got all this opportunity, but he doesn't have his opportunity. So he's like, why is it so easy to put all this stuff down? Maybe because it's not the things you should be working on. And he was like, okay, what do you suggest I do? And I said, I suggest you read Stillness is the Key by Ryan Holiday. And I think you go cultivate some stillness. You have to disconnect from everything that wants your attention and go like be alone in the void and like challenge the crap out of yourself. Like, that to me is what philosophy is. Like, he says this in the book, you can't just read the book. You have to sit with this stuff. Is this true? Does this belief serve me? Right. And when you can get to the point of these decisions are right for me. Right. And like, I talk about this all the time, assuming the sale versus asking the sale. Mm-hmm. Right. Lots of sales people are like, assume the sale, assume the sale, assume the sale. I'm a big believer in asking for the sale. You have to make a good ask, but adults want to be asked. They don't want to be assumed on, because I hate whenever someone assumes that I'm ready to go, or makes an assumption about me that isn't valid, and everybody on the planet hates it. Yep. So why do we continue to push this forward as like sales practice? Because it does work, but I can appreciate the fact that it works and not want to do it myself. And that only comes from time alone and space and stillness and room to contextualize all that stuff. That to me is what it is. You have to take yourself out of the flow of everything that's around you and spend time just with your thoughts, just with your intentions, just with how you think about these things, and challenge yourself. Does this thing still serve me? Because if it doesn't, you're allowed to change. And that was a hard thing for me to like really kind of begin to wrap my head around, because I kind of thought that if you change, you were selling out, or, trying to be something else. But like, I'm not the same guy that I was 4 years ago when I started my company. I'm not the same guy I was when I started Kung Fu. I'm not the same guy I was when my daughter was born. I'm not the same guy who joined the army because he couldn't find anything else to do, and $3,000 sounded like a really great bonus. Seriously? It's nuts. But all that, we're allowed to change, but we can't change intentionally for ourselves if we're always in being buffeted by the opinions and thoughts of like everybody else, and everything has to be okay with everything else. You have to go sit and like, are you sure about this? Yeah, I'm sure about this. That's where your intention comes from. Right. And if you can't find it in a period of like calmness within yourself, you're not going to find it in a crowd. You're not going to find it in that sales call. You're not going to find it in the martial arts gym or in the leadership position. You're going to fail. And it's just because you haven't really leaned into the self inner resolve that it takes to be great. That's how I think about it. You can be great at anything, but you can't be great at everything. pick your choice as well.
The path to greatness lies through, well, the human heart sometimes.
Agree with that, man. The army is a bit of a brainwash machine, right? And I think that people understand this, but like it's not ever talked about it this way, you know. And so when I talk about like, you know, I was brainwashed by the army.
Mm-hmm.
Like the whole goal is to turn you into a trained killer who's going to go kill in the name of your army. People don't come out of the womb being like, I'm going to go kill for my flag. It is something that has to be beaten into you. You have to be changed for it. When I came home from the army, I wasn't the same guy. I was the non-army version of John. Mm-hmm. And I call that John 2.0, right? And that was Kung Fu John, right? And I was drinking way too much of the Kung Fu Kool-Aid. And then I was sales John. And now I'm Sherpa John. Like, I'm just here to be a guide if I think I can guide you. And if I can't, go find a guide if you need one.
Yep. And that's it for me. So, John, do you have anything for us today that you would like to promote on the podcast? We've been talking for quite some time. Is there anything you'd like to promote today before I jump into the things I'm going to promote?
First, man, I have been excited to talk about this since you asked me. So huge thank you for having me on the show, man. This has been very, very, very cool. I love this stuff. And I think that we all embody a philosophy and we carry it with us every day. And even if it's mostly informed by others and things that aren't super helpful to you, philosophy is part of us, right? Mm-hmm. And if you don't get that, right? Like you're just at everybody else's whim. And that's what he talks about in the book, right? Yep. Like, you know, and I say this in my book, most conversations have an agenda attached to it, right? And people are like, well, not mine. Well, you're just putting yourself in prime territory to get manipulated by everybody who wants to sell you.
There you go.
But if you can say, okay, I can acknowledge what's going on here. I can play this game. Those are your great networkers. Those are your great business people. Those are the great mentors and everything else like this, because they understand that something is there.
Yep.
Right. And then you're not as at the whim of all the stuff they're going to use to try to get you to do the things that they want you to do, because you kind of float above the storm. You can see it for what it is. Okay, I don't want to be in there. As opposed to, you know, you go to the car lot and you hand them your keys because they're going to evaluate your trade. And then it's very uncomfortable to go ask them for your keys back because you want to leave, but like they have your keys and this feels like conflict. Like this is part of the process.
Yep.
If you don't want to deal with that, hey, why don't you give us your keys and we'll go take a look at the vehicle and give you, no, I'd like to look at the cars first.
Yeah.
If you want to avoid that comfortability, you got to break it at the beginning of the cycle. Like that's Charles Duhigg talks about, you can't break a habit until you know the trigger that causes the habit to go through.
That's right.
And if you can't acknowledge that people are using sales process and marketing and manipulation and influence and psychology and everything else like this to try to get you to do things,
then you'll always be at the whim of those things. You will always be at the whim of those things. So
thank you so much for having me on, man. This has been like a true joy. Like one of the coolest things I think I've done in recent history. The thing I would like to talk about, we've been talking a lot about application. Knowledge is not enough. Being good enough is not enough, right? And that's what Musashi is talking about here. Like being good enough is not it. You have to continue to practice your skill set. And I do think of sales as a skill set, being able to communicate well and cleanly and get your message across and avoid blind spots and cognitive biases and labels that don't serve you. That's what good selling is. We provide a space to practice sales conversations, networking conversations, any kind of conversations that might have some stakes involved with them, even leadership conversations. And we do this twice a week over Zoom. So you can be anywhere in the world. And I have people who call in from the UK and from the US and everything. And we do this twice a week because I want to make it approachable to people. This is scratching my own itch of being that guy who wanted sales coaching, but couldn't afford it myself and didn't know what I was going to do. So this is my give back to salespeople who want to improve on their own terms, because it's sometimes uncomfortable to go to your sales leader or your boss and say, hey, I need some help. So Sales Practice Lab is what this thing is called. It is $150 a month for up to 8 hours of consultative sales coaching in a group environment led by yours truly over Zoom. And if you want to get to black belt in sales or leadership or marketing or growing your business, this is how you do it. So if you listen to this and you want to come take a look at it, I would love to give you a month for free. So just come in, try it out. We'll put you in the Slack community. We'll get you on the invite. You can come in, you can try these things. And then if you would like to continue, we can have the conversation about it. And if not, no harm, no foul. Because once again, most people don't make it to black belt. But if your livelihood is depending upon your ability to communicate well and cleanly and get people to take action on your behalf, you should come try this out.
We will have links to that offer in the podcast player, in the notes below the podcast player on all the major podcast platforms on which we are distributed. We will also have links to connect with John on LinkedIn, and anywhere where he is scattered across social media. We will have all of those areas where you can reach out and virtually engage with him and send him messages. We will also have his website and links to his book, which you should also be picking up. Where can they get that book? Is it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble? Where can they go get a copy of that book?
Great question. And man, it's cool to say this. My book is on Amazon. It is on Barnes & Noble. We have self-produced an audiobook internally. I read the entire book. So if you're not tired of my voice yet and you prefer audiobooks,
nice.
I have never been more proud of a product we have made than the audiobook, because I'm such a big consumer of them myself. And I was terrified I wasn't going to be able to do a good job. And I am proud to say it's well worth the credit. So if you like audiobooks, it is on Amazon. My daughter reads a little bit of it. My partner reads a little bit of it. And it's just the coolest thing I've done. So if you like audiobooks at all, please take a look at it. It's on Amazon. And if you would like a signed copy, please send me an email. I would be happy to talk to you about what you're working on, talk to you about your team, what is going on. And if we have a conversation and you have a team and you would like this, let me know. We can talk about it. We can get you some books for your people.
Awesome. That is a generous offer. And go check out the audiobook from John there. Let's see. Let me go back into my script and pull the title.
Selling from Scratch?
Selling from Scratch. That's correct. Yes. Selling from Scratch by John Hill, a.k.a.
Small Mountain.
Small Mountain. If you'd like to stay on the path with us, there's many different ways you could do that with HSDT. So, and go check out our Leading Keys platform, which is designed to create managers and supervisors and to turn them into better leaders, featuring asynchronous video-based content with forums and online guides that you can access every month for a low subscription fee, and it can be spread across your enterprise organization. Go check us out at leadingkeys.com. If you want something a little bit more personal, we have webinars that are live. Unlike most people who do webinars in the leadership development space, we're not running them once and then giving you prepackaged webinar content. We run our webinars live. We make them personalized and customized for you. And if you would like, we also offer our Leadership Toolbox webinar-based product. We offer, through that product, it's close to, I believe the last time we looked at it, it is 180 hours of training, plus coaching and other content, including forum access, that we give to you and we customize for you for your organization. You want to go check that out at leadershiptoolbox.us. When you head on over there, you'll be able to subscribe to this podcast, Leadership Lessons from the Great Books. You should subscribe to this podcast because reading and attempting to understand literature like Miyamoto Musashi's A Book of Five Rings, or the Brothers Karamazov, or Amitav Ghosh's A River of Smoke, which we'll be reading next year, or About Face by Colonel David Hackworth, which we'll be reading later on this year. If you want to understand the great works of the Western canon that actually inform the great business books of the Western canon, if you want to get back to the ground level of everything, well, you should be subscribing to this podcast. Leadership Lessons from the Great Books. We are on Spotify, Apple, iTunes, Google Podcast, and every other major podcast player, including, interestingly enough, Audible. So you can go catch us over there. If you like this podcast, you should subscribe. You should also tell your friends, and you should leave a rating for us on Apple iTunes. That does help us grow the podcast. If you don't want to leave us a rating on Apple, or if you don't think that 4 hours of your time listening to myself and John talk about Kung Fu was worth your time, well, don't leave a rating at all. Just go away. If it's not for you, that's fine. But you probably figured that out in the first 15 minutes if this was for you or not. So since you made it to the end here, go leave a rating. I know you want to. Just go hit that button and leave us a 5-star rating on Apple iTunes. Once again, Leadership Lessons from the Great Books. And of course, subscribe and tell all of your friends who are managers and supervisors who are looking to stay on the path, because Reading and understanding literature is better than trying to read and understand yet another business book. Finally, we've published a few books here, just a few, that have my name on them. Our most recent book is 12 Rules for Leaders, the foundation of intentional leadership, co-written with my contributor, Bradley Madigan. This book is kind of like getting coaching from me, but without having to pay my full coaching fee. Paperback, hardcover, and ebook. We are on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Kobo booksellers, and everywhere where you go and get books. Literally, you type in 12 Rules for Leaders, you type in my name, Jesan Sorrells, and boom, it pops up everywhere. Just go order it right now on Amazon or through Barnes & Noble print on demand. Finally, if you really want to stay on the path and you really want to grow, you can always reach out to me and email me directly, ceo@hsconsultingandtraining.com. I'm always happy to answer questions. I'm always happy to take inquiries about guests on the podcast or offers from sponsors. We don't turn down money here. We are capitalists after all. But of course, we also want to make sure you stay on the path. And so it's really more important for us to make sure that you do that. So please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn, on Facebook. Send me an email if you would like. You could follow me on Instagram or on Twitter. I don't tweet nearly as much as I used to, and I don't Instagram post nearly as much as I probably should. But you can go check us out on all of those platforms and all of those places where you get your social and your medias. By the way, the video of this will be on our YouTube channel. You should go subscribe to that on YouTube, on the HSCT Publishing YouTube channel. So just go to YouTube, type in HSCT Publishing, it pops right up, and just click subscribe. Every time we upload one of these videos, you will get a notification and you will be able to watch the vidcast of us and see my glorious backgrounds with my glorious books behind my glorious head. All right. I think that's it for me. Jesan Sorrells, out.